First Nation. So Denesuline it's in Boyd Hall Yunga must be known as Tanzan Lock Roche, Fort Smith about the English River, Clearwater River Dene Nation, Black Lake First Nation, Saizi Dene First Nation, Fort Chipewyan, Alberta, Fort Chipewyan Dene Nation, or Athabasca Chipewyan Dene Nation. Fond du Lac First Nation, Bedihulau, and Athabasca Denesuline Education, Joyce Chu, Janelle Tassani, Tantwilzi, Hatchet Lake. Then David McIntyre, David Tiondida. David McIntyre, MBC Radio Goatsi, and then Brian Enfield. Brian is not here with us yet today, but that is going to be the agenda here for this afternoon, this morning. Masi Cho. So come on in, have a seat, and grab a quick snack if you want. We'll get things rolling here. So once again, there's if you want to get some resources, online resources from the Cold Lake Public Library there as well, you can go see the lady in the back, Ophelia? Cecilia, I knew that. So thank you, Cecilia, for being here. Also, yesterday, Kira Murray, is Kira Murray here? Kira Murray. Does anybody know her? No? She's not here? Okay, she won that gift card from Monica. Snacks are here, but grab a quick snack. I'll give you 5 minutes and then we're going to get started. Don't want to fall too far behind here. Makes me nervous, makes me anxious. Oh yes, we're going to do lots of draws today, so keep your ticket. Make sure you have your ticket. No ticket, no win. Oilers tickets tomorrow, so anybody that wants a chance to win the Oilers tickets, that's tomorrow. Right after closing ceremonies. April 16th, I think, is the hockey game. April 16 hockey game, I think it is. Thicker? I give you some... Morning. You have a good sleep? Okay. Burbo, Dede. Brian's here, our final presenter here this evening, 4:15. So grab a snack and have a seat. We're going to open up with an opening prayer here from Agnes Gendron. Agnes Generation X. Diddy-dum, 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 diddy-dum. Alrighty. So Masi Cho doon zinige daharu taya ja. No he tie baze ja tanoi delu cho toy Masi no senada Cold Lake First Nations no Banoni aya ja. Treaty 6 territory kaya ni hulzage ya lon sanda hiring like Cold Lake night de ho inland ya ni hulzage ya so horn nyon de la ja nizin daily ha. So Masi Russian Cold Lake First Nation ja no Banoni once again. And John Ohanu Dela, Denesuline ni thou not down the la. Kudu borin you na hinter tiny delu na he na chetio na he shitiko na he horner skiduda liganazin delu. Yeah. Yeah, Tainans in Carnival, that's a day on the la. So Masi Cho, thank you. Thank you to Frank as well for coming on out here. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to ask everybody to please stand up. We'll ask Agnes to come up here, or no, I'll come down there. Mondelo? Okay, I'll ask Agnes to come on up here. No, but yeah, tiada time. Test.
Too short. I don't like this in front of everybody here. Good morning, Aurelio. Kadi Horione no de Lore. No he nears St. John. Ashanana ideha. Horion no hello tine. Dao no siwats in no ani dishi. No near anu he nears him. Daria no time, Masi Nanil than St. John, do no her who's on the Anna Jai no her. Orium done no her is a no roti, no yat here, he no jan near, Berotis na no scan and no toy cake, nothing who's on. Tanto no halot in Jana no canine desi kasi nana deha Boris Casey Darius train nanin nan no tan no time no ya tedan no time I Darius train Masi nilens huntla those tane naratsara John no canadi Tokalosi Tira Tilu Tokalosi be new Tokalosi Bequan land ho Muntadose Idaria Masi Nildens Nadaitsra no Hiltani Could don't Zinegata Hanai LTC no Hesses Honzons and no root you who's on Atanau do and Elot in a Darwood in Masi in a dance since Zus Pinsi Darisi.
Masi. Daniel, I'm dead here. Masi. So, Daniel, Masi Cho for joining us to Dungabi. Ashna the IT no badarin Masi Agnes. And for those of you that no hello tina no halin daily lasi YouTube the Gaborities Andra. No hello tina no nene is not Daisy Crow need Cold Lake First Nations YouTube channel a Gaborities Andra. Maybe it's a kuhana tenuto but classroom had a borit ide a konu batana re ala. So Yamasi. Ashna the bio table don't re ala jandu. Harel yawnai did zinege. That's in Dilo, not in Dlo, a seed no chanye bagayan tiu, a seed a do baril danolizi. So ida our first presenter, John, but in bio bagayo was tiu. A brief bio da uncle, it's 3 pages long, so yeah, we'll read the shorter version. Agnes Carlson, language is my passion. I like helping in every way possible to help with Nuhayatia. I'm Denesuline from Northlands First Nation, Dalut Hue Nene of the community of Lac Brochet in the Treaty 10 area. She has 3 beautiful grand boys, age 15, 12, and 6, blessed with the gift of life with 2 children. I did not have an opportunity to teach my sons my Denesuline Yatie to the full extent. While raising them in my home community in Edmonton, Alberta, I spent many summer months to be with my grand boys and to help them learn Deneyatie. I have not done a good job of passing on my language to my own children. In my childhood days, I used to be ridiculed and laughed at for my language. My sacred languages that I was born with. I remember there was a large gap missing in my life. Reasons pertain for the 9 years of life in residential school system in 2 different schools, Guy Hill, which is near the PA, and Mackay Student Residence in Dauphin, Manitoba. Being away at residential school for many years and away from your family has destroyed her spirit. But today, she's with us today to share about her work with language, Denesuline Tieta. So let us welcome to Cold Lake First Nations here, Agnes Carlson. Baba, give her a big round of applause. A warm welcome, Masi Cho. Doesn't he? Yeah. Okay.
Masi no henestän salat inne. Kabi yaka no hel horel janadli. Dat gaat niet hier in de. Abint hier in de. No hel horel janadli ni sini. Good morning asni. Ja, ons staat het standaard zo. Dan een goede hele. Masi no heresi. I bring you greetings from Sanana, Dalut Nana, Lac Brochet. Johnny ya Masinas and Linda Masinerusi for the invite. It's good to see you again at the school later, Lini. Masi for everything. Yaga. Tabaze Anna Denesuline. Harder at Sonen in C and numbers side. Tabani si, there's a fin ni hulye. Moise Danagagin Danisi. Bangan yo sain de Samuel danan de galinta. Aya da khara set suna but abas ana galing deze hulje. Aya bese ana denesli. No hesne enando enane. Het khani bes in hade da khara banisi. Set sunt ot sogani. Set suna Yune, set sunt sarasne hulje henne manasne. Da hara bet khanisi. So is nonatse. Yanize thoza denendia. Set khani bet khabel haning thosa. Kuleko jale. Han kwans in knitting dil henne kwan. Eya koke danoni young as Kwan de sin brochure se atentwe. Aya ayot arat is set suneni. Set sinni. That was an Denesuline. No yet here pausing. Agalas nado. Achane. Tana nana. Agalas na kasabanet dathkuli. Kulima sehele senseti queenie. Holland satsabaini banasni satkhani Holland sayalt kishini. Ayabeat he host hona and none in the hunt o. Anel de isu and none did it lord dia taulia. Aya Holland Ananadio took essence and dangling. Hot Holland sell that in a country. I see her as now says. Janahi Yasi, sing near sing. As now that they sound a hello to the sound. I said that I lead in. Margaret must see. For all your knowledge, Holland 16 Nissen. You made me beautiful skirts, Benas Nissen. Must see for helping me. Nanshu, Valerie Woodshu, you got me started in linguistics. You're Hamas in it. For all the things you've given me, that's in booklet something. So, your cousin, I wanted to write and read and study my language to go inside the verb structure and what's going on inside the phrases, the sentences, something. Hasonelt Khana, University of Alberta, so was a nice that I get Hana answer. Ayan Nuhiat here, the sweet tea because it's Leo. Holangon was a young tree. Not only no check queen, no sooner queen only. Yanizot. How are you no senunke hoodily? But then I need the ones I think a yakunastana did a presentation. Then go they say to share my language journey and what got me started. The heart and soul of Nohiatke, Nuchane. Hollandi and still and say Bangrestak, Nohiatke, Nuchane, Esheget. It's inseparated. We are one with the land. We are one with the spiritual part of the four elements. Tichadidanli. Nung karagotse. Tabat only. Atyayanade. Hilatse. The spiritual part. To honor Nuchekwi, our great grandparents, Satikwini, who kept the traditions alive, Nuninukba. It's an idea. Spirituality is connected to the land. It's connected to Tetsati, everything around us. I was also told we are one with the land. We are one with the animals, with the medicines. Jie, Nuskena. All can't all We give thanks for everything that has to do with spirituality. Ni betsenail ni, tu betsenail ni, just a dilda yanis a thou. Those teachings had honey. Those are his words. Through traditional knowledge, our people have a very close relationship with the land. The land sustains us. Ni bet aganna, kechadi bet aganna. There is a story of creation that I recorded, and I have it with me on my laptop. Stories of the geographical past. I cannot say de yanisa thou and ojit a dili sinkedangling. Nurat hath just a dili what katangli ho share say so shine yedangling. Naga dash yaganing torsan a can't ask of where our ancestors and grandparents lived and what they did. These are things we have to tell Nuheskana, Nutukwaza, the children of today. All these things, the ceremonial songs that we heard in Zeninge, it's all rooted in Nuhiatke, it's all embedded. Traditional knowledge, something. Nuhiatke is a sacred foundation of our people. Our stories is a journey of generations living life through Denesuline. Language connects us to our ancestors. Our history and our purpose in this short experience, it's a communication and a connection between you and the world around you. Identity. I didn't know who I was yet. Neshchilo banasnisa. I just turned 7-year-old. That's Sasia, but that's Yanano Hill, yeah. Hanisia. No identities ni. So we hadon yelt kan det san do in anto no that he base hadon yelt kan do ho I was ananda dancing dalen on Lucia and yelt but that idea on the go there so we don't chile hile hoyong. Our language tells us who we are. As ananda died who we represent. And how to be respectful to ourselves and others. Tanana eshanda lutwe, black brochet, nane yanao telling torsan. We have a beautiful land on it there. Today in this era, we hear so much about language revitalization. For the past 20 years, I've heard about it today. I've made many travels to United States, some places in other provinces, language conferences, Bazin Danlin. Anto na ati. E konte Bazin yaze enyeresnya. The Luthuanana no hiatke is spoken everywhere. Nanisalot in a death isn't. We're like this. Fred Jahintao. He's not here. Yeah. And I adopted him as a brother a long time ago in ceremony. So he's my mentor, and I work with him very closely. We do things. We do things like this. He taught me how to pray on the rosary. I knew how to try to get things from Enani, but I didn't know it's Fred has on Fred didn't choose it. We put this first part dictionary together. It's not in full print because we're editing the last few pages. Since COVID started, so nothing to do lang I started writing, and I started writing every single day. So it took me almost 5 years to complete. Yeah, as I said, and this is nahi danang gola nang lenta sa kuya don kan se wada yo sheni diang no ya is heard everywhere in Dalutwandana. We have seen and heard sekwidanet shiladayati in many homes. I have seen kids in our school who can carry on a full conversation than yatera nani sekwikon ese. We have not recorded data or numbers, not yet. But anto bekanil house kwe help bakata light daw. It's like our language and culture is the backbone of Pati Kashmir School. Sa kwidang linjirel yi. Saralto sa kwidrel yi air hamasinestan. The hunters only, the ones that could help sequid and go hadayuneltian. Ando dandana, again na bazi. The concept of Hozo again na is embedded in our teachings as well. It is evident hearing young teenagers, young parents. Our language is flourishing to this day. Kont esen sadmana. Ayana Stacy. Sakat here kotada danan kozasai. Because it's about sequihel agalada. Sequibetsi di ho no yat here bazin. Anto hadonel tinawalisi. I help with program planning. We use the 6 seasons planning model. I design a language rubric system. I help do report cards. There's lots we do inside the language teaching. I do the year plan. I do the unit plans. To make life easier for the main language teacher, Baba. Because it's when it's in a yes, this in language work is about helping, it's about sharing resources only. It's a diho. Sangan dana asi el sadwes sana. Ashareza. Nune asano ya tebe na ya. Asan the cradi. Sangan asna the cradi sandana. Nune asa banda ya iltire. Sanal ya. Asina na altang kasin. Asisanal ye. Han sedai da ya nado ba no yate not surha. I want to I record them. Diribet Ashton's, I went through 4 of these, and Horace knows why. Because we've done trainings together. I went through 4 of these already. She sits in there. I record fluent speakers. She passed away and yes, Dilai Sababatora a Hasuan or Boris Ansia. Ayan, we had here. I saw what I write in Nana. Language revitalization, it really means to breathe new life into an existing language, to make it grow, to expand. It's about saving our language. It's about motivating each other to help with Nuhiathe, Shadayailche. No es Canada Chile baba. It's about language preservation, language retention, reclamation, language survival, language maintenance. That's what it's about. To protect, preserve, promote, and practice speaking Nuhiatia. Second language acquisition becomes important in language research. Because we learn about the different strategies and methodologies that are out there. What are other language groups doing? Why are they moving into immersion methods? What are they doing that's working well, Baba? This is why I started studying about the Maori of New Zealand, the Hawaiian language group, the Navajo Nation. I made travels to Flagstaff, Arizona, Tsanhile, New Mexico, Browning, Montana, just to have a feel, to be inside like an actual language immersion. Don't listen. Ja, konti asi. Ja, Denesuline no nana. Methodologies for language camps. Over the years, I facilitated 3 language camps in Nana where we take Sekui, asking fluent speakers, the ones that I know, Lisi, I can't ask, that's it, listen. To only use no hiatia inside the language camp. So we hold on eltikan so we bill. Daya to it's an idea. Total physical response. That's the method. I'm very Lord, I really love that method because it's working. That's what I use, and I'm teaching Fred how to use total physical response. It's a movement skill. You know, our language is a verb-based sinla. That verb is so important. It's always, we're always moving with the kids. Two crossing kai. Nekasin to listen elle. You're daring tea, and can't be kind. This channel crossing tea. This crossing le. All these words, I just get them to move. Yes, this total physical response. It's a method. Yeah, go deep into it, and it's a way to languageness. Some First Nations in Canada, Nanayat Arat on. Language and ceremony. It's okay to introduce prayers on Linsekwiha. Easter is coming. And I know our main language teacher has been teaching the kids to pray. And they teach them that to make offerings on the There's Master Apprentice program where another or a fluent speaker then go that's helagalanda how you doing things together in the language might be coming Accelerated second language acquisition is a method that I learned from a professor. I learned that from Dr. Gray Morning, came to visit us at the University of Alberta. Yeah, I learned about it. It's a way of using flashcards to teach Sekui, to teach little kids, teenagers only. Picture window, inductive model, where are your keys is a new method that I'm learning. Where you're gonna stay, see, Saley, Arizona. Navajo Nation, Halayana, Conte see workshops only ha. language conferences hile Mobilizing Nani language groups are using bilingual program in Canada. I often think, Achanan Esther, is it strong and vibrant? Nestan. Esther. How many fluent speakers do we have? No, Nana. Though we have to do a language survey. We understand in 2019 the Language Act has been passed. Asont Ilela. To move forward now to work on our languages, our First Nation languages. We're hearing about the 10-year decade of Indigenous languages worldwide. We are on the 4th year, Mobilizing, a 10-year bandati. Is our language declining rapidly among the youth? For some First Nations, I believe that's what's going on. How can we motivate the young parents to start speaking Nuhiatke? What can we do now? Fluent speakers they sound. Are we facing language endangerment? Another thought. What happens if our language becomes extinct? That idea, one day I used to ask Nani. Then I died in Lahani. Let's say Dilolia, you ask and then it's Dil Haduila. No Hanana, no Hiathe, then a Jane. During Nuebek and I day a yard song, a henny. You ask and then it's injury deal had duel and he had here nail through her henny sinny. No neighbor light, it's a right day. On tot others, but you only la henny sinny and nanny. Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center, a Bagalasna. Don't have Kachana son laja nana Babagalasna Language and Culture Department. And that's what I do listen we had here Bazin Sekuranli Honeltken. I see the ilsi. But Bazin Yaga. But Azin Sekuraneltken. This was one of my first books I wrote, The Sound System of Denesuline. Where are the sounds coming from? In the vocal tract, but in a spiritual part, our sounds are coming from the land. The deep sounds, there's 13 of them. I learned that 7 of them are from the land. They're very sharp sounds. If we say shwe, kai, jangsti. High tones, they sound like a wave. High tones, nasalization's going on. Our language is like water. Tude bataray dala. Bedingde kita duila. No yatka de hunt 8%. Any sini anando. Bayashti. It's a thing. It's a thing. She wanted me to understand. I said, oh, this is all shit. Not long harassing that. It didn't school in the real studia. Real education was out in the bush, out in the land. That's my mother. But for me, it's different. My siblings, 3 of us, Sito, Yanagano Hesia. See, only 4 neither, totaling 9 years. No one nuestro 8%. So nagani such a lani best ocean. And what's it on him? Long 8%. Itang 8% city. Sa yadang ile. But somehow I found something beautiful, somehow I found my calling in life. A healing bazase. And though it's idolisi. As part of our work, we're working with 46 First Nations in Manitoba. And the language groups that we are affiliated with, Denesuline and Na, Joanna, the Dakota, the Allen Lake region, which is now in Nisimawan, our team staff plan and facilitate language and technology workshops every year. There are elders from the 5 First Nation language groups to provide their guidance and their knowledge to help us. When there's big events, big conferences, Phase 1 to 8 was the first curriculum that was done in Manitoba. And I sat in 3 of those big meetings years ago. Phase 3, 5, and 7, we also have curriculum documents printed and put together by our team staff. We used to have focus group sessions, something. Language conversational videos are completed and it's available now. If you go on the website, look for these videos. Look for Denesuline, for Lucy, Diane, Glenn Sazazi, Sito, teaming up together to make conversations. No, he had here, 10-minute conversations, totaling, 30? 30. So there's things out there. I have, if some of you have your iPhones, if you type in language transparency, look for Denesuline. You'll hear my voice on this this first part, language transparency. It's on our website, Manitoba First Nations Education Resource Center. That was the first part of work that I did in 2013. Technology. So that's what's going on. Producing language materials. We also have land-based education document that's circulating in many schools in Manitoba. We provide information on language initiatives, assist with language services at the community and school level. We are working on language materials and resources to enhance learning. Do we have any language teachers here that are working with children? Jamie. John, I'll give you my conversational book. This is mainly for language teachers that are working with children. Anybody working with children? I'll give you my book. Jamie, John. It's the Dana Conversation book number 2. Book number 1 is over there. You can have that one too. Yeah, then I go there something. That's right, you know. That's right, So. I forgot to say, this is the first book I wrote. This Dennis Survival book. This is my first book I wrote. It's just 20 pages. Because I wanted to do something when I started, back in 2012. Okay, all right. How do you say it? How do you say, okay? I could do this, So this is it here. It's still circulating in our schools. The kids are using it. So it's for anybody. It's for anybody. So that's what material making. That's what we're doing yaga. And there's a codonel chicken. But Bazan Sidailsia, it's a right ya. Asana only. No serani, the Araton, a Euro Hamasinaston. Language and healing, that's where I am in life. That's where I'm at that stage. And it has to do with truth and reconciliation. And it also has to do with Indian residential schools. So it's about returning to who we are, to reclaim what is ours. Asina na ilsi asont ele. No yatke de hont ele. To look to the past as a means of who you are and moving forward. It's about healing. Denesuline is my emotional language. It stirs my soul. It motivates me to tell the little that I know. Så kan man väl korsin ha. Så att du kvaza har den öst kan ha. Nu är Edmonton att dessa. I should have mentioned I have two children of my own. They live in Edmonton, Alberta. So den jan out erebets essa. Because no one else said it's very hard sometimes to be alone. They take the back window. Well, lo but oh so le Kom esaf. Kule yarestki. Anto hasonelt ha. Det är något jag teoretiskt sen innan så gick baba. No has kana baba no to khasa baba den gola baba. Atara diano chane. Uso walisi. Ha sedaita no kono het. It motivates me to help kids. Language and healing, that's how I understand it to be. I mentioned a little bit about that decade of indigenous languages worldwide. That includes Canada, North America, everywhere where Australian languages in Hile. We are in a period in this era to work on our ancestral languages. Will our languages survive in the next 40 and 50 years from now? Will the health and strength of our languages be restored? I believe it's possible. And make offerings and pray. Are we producing the next wave of language speakers? That's what they talk about. UNESCO, when you go into their website, in Vancouver. I was asked to go there, but I couldn't travel to Vancouver because I had to make a trip, and then I had to put those kids first. It's about sharing our language revitalization efforts, the decade of indigenous languages. That's what it's about. It's about celebrating our languages. Having discussions on our language will eventually lead to the development of a community language strategy. My elder recordings, I included some of them, including Ennani. No yatre besuiti ho'an, begesidli ho'an. No yatre biriti haduesing. No yatre daut hondezan, huit hondezan. Ni bat adaita. Ni no habat ora asen. Dana yatre chu, dana jane, begesidli ho'an. Ni besuiti ho'an. Kechadi but araita. No ya bang ay suudi. No tu kwaze. No skana baba. Danangola de baba. Masti ni wana stan salot ine. Salotang. No wana hiya si. Da danangola as a sequela nasi. Bada yo kenidia. I also have business cards. If anybody wants to get some resources from me, I say I'm here. I'll be in Astana, Edmonton. Masi janahiya. Edith, Linda, Masi, for planning this beautiful conference. And I met you at Sildi.
Masi.
Oh.
Okay, Masi Cho. Let's give her a big round of applause once again. So thank you very much, Agnes. A microphone, Janine taught it.
Actually, the leadership must do heresy. That's what the conference organizers, Judy, your team staff, all the cooks. I'm just thankful. I'm just happy, and I'm just filled with love today. I got these cards to share. I also want to
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Thank you. So grab a book real quick. And we've also got a gift for you here. Hey, Salutina. We've got it. Okay. Hey, hey, anybody that's got material, we're gonna do it at break, okay? I got to, so I'm gonna ask everybody to sit down again. Where's that mic? Where's that mic? Okay, we'll get everybody to sit down. Hey, excuse me, Agnes, Ilta, please, Ilta. Okay, I don't want to get, Ilta, please. I don't want to take away from what you're doing, but we do have an agenda. Please sit down. Please sit down. We've got a gift for you. We've got a gift for you. Masi Choner Hosea. So, anybody else that's got resources, we're going to do that at break, okay? I want to make a quick announcement. We are behind on time again. This is the first one. We're going to take all the feedback into next year, okay? Anybody, I think one of the ones was send in your proposals if you want to be part of this. We've got so many. When we present, we become storytellers, and that goes into our presentations, right? So be mindful. Now we got to go into the next one. We might not have a break, right? So if you got books, anything, please give them away at break. Make that announcement, because then we're cutting into other people's time, and we don't know what we got to share, and I got to stop this, and you know what I mean? Just being respectful about everybody. So carrying on here with our presenters this morning, must see Doris Catholic. Go see Judy Nest as well, Doris. So thank you very much. Agnes, you're going to have 5 minutes now, Agnes Cheesy. Just kidding. So Yeah, I'm just going to call you right up here. We're going to continue on because we are 30 minutes behind now. So one presenter, we were going to try to leave early, but now we can't. So they're, yeah, that's because Sarazin's coming up here grabbing books here. Just. Anyways, so ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, Tebati Denesuline First Nation, let's give her a warm welcome here. Agnes Cheesy to the stage, Masi Cho. And if you're going to come up here, Masi, you got a PowerPoint? Okay, you got, I don't want to take your time away. Just take your time. But once again, yesterday I made the announcement here. We've got a lot of presenters too. We started late, right? As elders, 9 o'clock Bonivila. As teachers and educators, how many of you tell your kids to listen up and they don't listen? Right? All of them. So I ask you, I'm going to be the teacher. If I ask you, just please listen. If you want that from your children, you're going to have to do it. And that's how we show one another. That's what they present us. So 9 o'clock Boni this probably should get here before that, That's in Delo de Atilo. No halos nurses, Antna de Salo Nina do de Altia. But don't worry, Allah. Now I'm giving it back to you guys. So Masino understands. So Agnes, Masicho. One more time, let's give her a round of applause. Thank you for being here. Nidani Yaundala. Appreciate it.
Masi salutin. Sini sinja neneke nuwe yakitsen asani deal we don't o betsen agalaita ha. Si Agnes Cheesy Sulye the bacha NWT Ulnas kade the batri hulye a year naster 14 hours driving kuni said days should asanit us and then said they bought okay then a dayaki sini and then sin konti who said kani to batiti a year it's done a year it's done in lini no I quit only ne show no I quit dani atayaki sini I see 7 years old who call years and tuti coat in this tagile sini okay tani ayas kisini school day yao this school day yao no one not at lock sini a year old say yaki chorus in it so yaki bang horens ja Abi sayaki bedast in aja kot ini asini asayaki question sanga hulia kani silos out to sayaki astinatri says keno setukuzo doti danadari tagile si sont Asi Atanabel Hayekide. I don't know, said me would I. Kuli Horestai, Asun Horestai. Dunk Ani Silazote, no, it's a First Nation Hagalasna, Language and Culture Coordinator. No yakie zangalas na ja kuli hore yurla e si thania hore yurla e the whole dana whole la dana son dana darit agile ita enna no kanate and now continue kuli ini adayaki har yutana secretary kuli school do please kwa secretary kan arislis as a histion tant o asi husi hasi e kontu hiran no eskena pa no eskanile huli antneret I dorati no yakie the garbage or a no yakie dinde no which I need to tiane okay ane kuli no yakie night naril chude no which I need not certainly hello all new asagal ita ho asi ni si Johnny ya or liu dana ekezi no yakie naril chu her real in so yakia ke bori shine loli horest side banas banganas thirde sabatueshi tanto no yaki no hule we think when doke setse amani penane hatse united style yun dana adaya kislini se kuyu ekezi kani sile yer na hasja tutti se kui kot ini adaya ki dana adaya kile tutti to all you san aja se ano yaki Jaze, like you're getting pulled away from your language. I was seeing this and saying that there is so much knowledge in this room that I was totally amazed. The goal for everybody in this room is the same. We all have a common goal. And it's the one thing, our language. We need to work together to bring our language back, to strengthen our language, to strengthen our culture. It is so nice to see little kids, younger people in here. When I facilitate or bring facilitators into towards language revitalization, I get very little participants. It saddens me. But I keep trying. We've put together, I don't have any material with me. We've put together USB sticks that they can use on the computers to learn how to say some words. I've put booklets together, not in book forms, but just as a teaching tool, just to name things, how to name things, in categories, sometimes families, colors, etc. So those are the kind of materials that I have from where I work. But I would like to keep in touch with most of you that are working towards giving our language a new birth so that I could maybe use that too. Haril yung asagata laita ho a. No yaki natsu na really haril inde al yung asa sak izi galaita ho a. Iha masi no Lucy. Zizia masi. I'm honored to be here. Masi cho. That's all.
Masicho Agnes, John, we've got a gift for you, all the way from Cold Lake Petro, Canada. These blankets, tax-free. Yeah. Now those, it isn't a zondala. Boys, he needs a Fort resolution, do you know? Agnes, Fort Res? Fort Smith? Past Fort Smith, okay. Masi, Nazona, ya tieditrai. And totally dying, a whole lot Daisy, Masi, no understand. So, I know didn't want to rush her, but just carrying on, you know, and make sure you take notes, right? Take notes, feedback for the organizers as well. Next year, you know, we'll make this even bigger event, more people, more different resources available. So take notes and give that back to our organizing committee, the leadership. You know, the leadership support a lot of these efforts here. I know the chief's not here today, but Liza's here. And so it's not going to go unnoticed. So make sure you give good feedback or bad, whatever it is, right? Give that back, and you know, hopefully we can continue this on into next year. So Masi na Hosea doing zinige. So no, it's the next presenter, just carrying on here. And then after this, we're gonna have a break. Not a long break though. Okay? So we'll have a quick break here. Test 8 di hun lion. Tu di hun lion gozi lit diu coffee. Lano coffee do niano ya tieda. Le coffee. Kuban la tiela, that's French le. Yeah. Over deal like doubts on it. Okay. Alrighty, Masi na Hosea. Kujaya banin chozi za kwazi no hani ya no haba ya tia jano ala edre. Edzinige ya banin video nil yo and don't no hal niade da the history basu tadut ya dan har kuna zin denisi dene ya tie dine be ya tie hulao so don't do baba down tazi ega no hal ya tie and doing zinige. So let's give her a big warm welcome here, Jenny Wolverine, to the stage. She's a little nervous, but it's okay. She's not nervous. She's uncounseled, so. You need a mic, or you're going to come up here?
Can you see the screen from there?
Yep.
Okay.
Here or there, yeah.
Lower. Testing. Yep. Good morning, Glanate, Salot Ina, Gambi Hurl Yang Wale Naba, Denesuline Kulu, Yazahist Akse, Jenny Nagaya Hurshe, Bonagerians. Thank you, Elder, for the prayer. It's always important to start in a good way. I want to thank the organizers and Judy and the Chief and Council of Cold Lake for the invitation to be here today. And I just have a few slides presentation. I wasn't too sure what to present. So English River, I'll just give you a little bit of historic and current things we have in the community and who we are. And if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to raise your hand. So Pachinak, English River First Nation is located in Pachinak, Saskatchewan. Pachinak, northern part of the province, and we are a member of the Meadow Lake Tribal Council. As of November 2026, our current chief is Chief Alfred Duwatsure, and we have 6 council, Councillor Bruce McIntyre, who's with us today, Randy McIntyre, Lewis Black, Morris Gunn, Joey Paul, and last but not least, the only lady, Jenny. So English River is quite unique. Our nation comprises of both Dene and Cree speakers, and we have elders that speak both. And we also have some elders that speak French, English, Dene, and Cree. That's something I don't have, which is a lost gift, I would say. And the next generation, which is my generation, is where we are not fluent speakers. And I'll just touch base a little bit about that later on in the presentation. So what's unique about English River is we open up our meetings in Dene and we close our meetings in Cree so that we can balance who we are as a nation. So a little bit about La Plonge Reserve. It's part of English River, as many of you know, but they're situated about an hour away from Pachinak. So La Plonge Reserve, we have about 5-6 members from the reserve here today. There's about 150 people. They also speak Dene and Cree, and they're situated near the Churchill River. They survive with fishing, wild rice harvesting, hunting, and trapping like most of us in English River. We also have a sub-office that operate and run the community. Our lady, the important person in the ground is here today, Sharon. So thank you, Sharon, for driving our elders. Thank you for joining us. She's the eyes and ears of La Plonge. Nothing gets by her. And if we need anything, we know who to call. No offense, Bruce. So although we are 98 kilometers apart from Pachinak, from La Plonge, we still manage to keep both communities close so that we can continue to soar as one strong and resilient nation. That's a work in progress. We're still trying every day to bring both nations together, to work together. There's challenges, but together when we work as a team, we can overcome them. So La Plonge is quite important. It's considered to be the centralized location of northern Saskatchewan. We have communities close by for half an hour, and they all go through Beauval, like through the village of Beauval. So La Plonge is quite crucial, which is why, like, I'm not sure if we have any mental health supports, and I know this is a sensitive matter, and I'm not going to go too deep into it, but just a brief history of why La Plonge is crucial with the upcoming plan.
So the Indian Residential School was originally built in 1914 in La Planche Reserve. It burned down in 1927, and they rebuilt it in 1930. And Meadow Lake Tribal Council took over in 1983, and then they shut down in 1995. So given that historic, horrific tragedy facts that we all endured and are primarily impacted, like myself, I am highly impacted from residential school because I am not a fluent Dene speaker. I lost my language, but I'm learning, and some of the things I'm learning are not all PG. I'm just kidding. You know what I mean? So what's important is where we were hurt as a people, we're coming together on the same grounds to turn it around and heal. So there's plans, we're working really hard, there's a team working really hard, the Returning Home Society and English River and surrounding communities want to see a healing center in that location to help with reconciliation. So that's all I'm going to say. I'm not going to go too deep into residential school because it's really sensitive, and I respect each and every one of you. So thank you for listening. So English River is part of signatory of Treaty 10. We have a little piece of Treaty 10 in Alberta. So I think we have dual citizenships if they decide to go to United States. We have a stake in it too. So treaty was signed in 1906 in Isle Cross. There's Indian agents. They had the whole crew there from the government and just telling us, you're going to do this, you're going to do that, you can't do this, you're not going to go there. And so they signed a treaty and they negotiate it as long as the river flows, the sun shines, and the green grass grows. So every day we are implementing those negotiations. Chief William Apsis was the first chief of English River, and he served until 1937. So we are under the Indian Act election code, where we have a democratic process every 4 years. The people get to decide who should be elected for chief and council. So a little bit of the history. The name originates from English River, where the Poplar House people, sorry, can someone help me say that? Good job, thank you for the engagement. Inhabited the area for periods during the year. The reserve was known as Grassy Narrows Reserve before the change. Now, all families who reside in Pachinak used to live in the other settlements, Primo Lake, Knee Lake, Dipper Lake, Cree Lake, lots of lakes around Pachinak. So when they signed treaty and we were told what to do, we had to move to Pachinak because it's the closest place where the church and the school were built. So everybody had to move from the Dipper and the nomadic where we came from as a people. So our dream is to have our youth and elders to travel to all these reserves that we call home, Cree Lake, Dipper Lake, Primo Lake. So it's going to be like a healing journey to identify who we are as a people. We want to have like a group of youth with our fluent speakers, our knowledge holders, our traditional land users, to go on a canoe or boating trip to each location with the primary goal to teach our people who we came from so that we can go back to who we are, which is a strong, Dene resilient nation. We are still that strong nation, but with today's world, it's such a cruel world that we have to adapt and adopt to everything that's making decided for us. So we got to remember who we were, and that's really important for leading the path forward. I was going to go into an example, but I forgot because I might say it wrong. It's not my story, but just hear me out. So an elder was, I was asking an elder back home, tell me a little bit about how you grew up and where you are today. So he gave me 3 objects, a chainsaw, what was the other one? A saw. Thank you. You guys are listening like that. And a handsaw. So back in the day, you would use that handsaw, so much work and all that time and just creating, you have to have patience. And then it went to a saw where it was a little bit easier, a little bit more convenient. Now you have a chainsaw, you just start it, it can just do it its own. It just cut its own trees and everything. So that's the difference with the past, the present, and the future. So I ask you today, if you were to choose one of those 3 objects, what would you choose? Would you choose the old style or the new? The old style? That's a very good example, and that's how English River would like to go back to revitalize our language and culture, is going back to the historic part of it. Good job, Georgina. Nice to see you. So I'll just show you a little bit of the buildings we have in the community. Hopefully it doesn't bore you too much. So one of the oldest buildings is on the left. It's like an old shed now. Nobody lives there. It's infested with all kind. It has its own ecosystem, bugs and mice and all sort of little nature of its own. And then the picture on the right is the first Hudson's Bay Company. So there's some pictures of the barge, sorry. And then we have an old Patchnak Cafe. This might bring back memories for some of my elders that are sitting back there. Good memories? Eva bought Mr. Freeze there. So a handful of the community speak English now, with only some who speak just Dene. Most prayers, as I said, are often done in Cree and Dene. And we have the T dialect. So we say tu as in water, and our cousins from Wollaston say ku. So I'm talking with my friend from Wollaston. She's like, ku. I said, where we're going? No, you want some water? We just laugh. And the first Catholic church was built in 1916 by the Oblate of Mary, and it was led by the infamous Father Louis Moreau, who continues to protect and heal our people and the people around us. Every day we pray to Father Moreau, and we ask for his strength and protection. And we have an annual pilgrimage that I am inviting all of you to attend in July. So if I don't see any of you there, I know I'm going to get your contact numbers and call each and one of you why you're not here. So that's coming up in July. And you can pray to Father that's buried there and collect some holy sand and bless some water. It's a great trip. It's a good journey. So I hope to see you there in July. Some of our urban reserves are in La Planche, the gas bar, and we also have one in Saskatoon. It's Grasswoods. It's a Petrocana on Highway 16 heading to Regina, a really, really busy highway. So we have a piece of land for economic development purposes. It's not residential, it's commercial. So right now we're developing, and we're trying to provide a lot of opportunities for our nation and our partners so that English River can survive. And this was a dream in the 1990s by a chief and council that had a vision, economic vision, and they seen the struggles our people were faced with. The government didn't have all the funds to accommodate our programs and services that we needed. So a group of people came together and said, "Hey, we gotta join the workforce, the employment opportunities, and economic growth." So one of the first chiefs to have this conversation is Archie Campbell. He's here. He's also a senator for FSIN. Lift up your hand, Dad. Thank you. And then we also have little reserves all over. They gave us a bunch of money, TLE, and they said like, "Oh, we're sorry, we didn't give you all the land you were supposed to when you signed treaties. So here's a bunch of money, and you can buy land everywhere, anywhere you want." So some of them was at Knee Lake, Dipper Lake, Alacross, Primo Creek, Grasswoods, Leaf Rapids, Porter, Barkwell Bay, Haltane, Flatstone, Cable Bay, Bluval Forks, Slush Lake, and Maudsley Reserve, which is in the heartland of our ancestral lands at Key Lake mine site area, so 914. This is our band office. It's a place where the programs and services are being run and where it houses chief and council and about 15 staff, right down to social development and HR, all the programs we need to run at the community. So this is going to be an old photo. When we're back next year, and if I get the luxury to present again, hint, hint, we'll have a brand new picture of a new admin building. So that was a lot of work. Thank you. And this is where we have our local arena. It's where we have hockey events. We have New Year celebration. We have all kinds of skating parties for the youth. We have our home team, Pachinak Pats. They practice and they scrimmage. So this is where our youth play, and everything's free. You don't have to pay anything. You just gotta work with a schedule that the coordinators set up for you. It seems like I'm trying to sell Pachinak, eh? You guys want to move their transfer bands? So this is our school. It's K-12. It's St. Louis School. This is where I graduated in 2001. So 2000, it became a grade 12 school, and before 2000, we had to drive to or reside, room and board in urban centers like Saskatoon and PA because we had no high school. So I myself had to move to Prince Albert in 1996 for grade 10, a little 15-year-old in Prince Albert, culture shock. Can you imagine what I went through? And it was just a whole experience that I get to live and tell today. So a lot of our people back home until 2000 had to move elsewhere to attend high school, which is why most of us are applying for that boarding homes thing they had. The government came out. It's like a residential school similar to that. We also have a gym and workout room where our people go to lift off some steam. I think chief and council should go there every day, eh? Stress-free, instead of working our fingers at the casino, coping mechanism. I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. But this is where our youth go, and it's a good facility. It's kept, it's upkeep, it's clean, and a lot of people use it, and they have to pay like $20, $30 so that it's maintained. And that's right beside the school. We also have a daycare and Head Start that are together. The reason why is because the Head Start, there's no room in St. Louis School. There's no room for the kiddies, so we have to put them together. And this Head Start is run by the health center, where our little friends and babies get to learn their first growth, their first words, and all that great, cute stuff. And then we also have our local hall. It's named after our first chief, William Apsis Memorial Hall. It's where we host all our events, activities, gatherings, general band meetings, and any public events. And it's open to our people if they wish to have their own fundraisers. And we also have and take a lot of pride in our youth center that we have. It has a lot of equipment and things to keep the youth entertained. Also has a full staff of about 4 people that work with all ages to make sure like their needs are being met, and there's supports there that some are not getting at home. They have food programs, snack programs. And then we have our local TV station. This is where all the things are communicated to and from English River. And our very own CPAC radio is here, Patrick Visionaire. Probably everybody knows him. So we have Pat here too. Do you want to say a few words? Just kidding. Thank you. And then we have a post office where we have a P.O. box. This building is so old. Like, we're trying to work to see if we can accommodate the worker, where it's a newer building and bigger because English River is growing. So it's becoming a little bit too small. And then our church, we have probably the whole community is Catholic, like myself, baptized, and then you get your communion, and then you get the other fun stuff that the good Lord wants us to have before we pass on to the next life, respectfully. So we got a new church that was built by our company, Denesuline. It's now called Flatstone. So they built a church, and it's a bigger space, and it's a little bit emotional and sad because the old church we had was an old building, and some of our elders are kind of like, we missed the building, maybe we should have kept it. And this church also houses court if we need a space for court once a month. So the judge flies to Pachana, goes to the church, and everybody that doesn't go to church will be blessed when they go to court. So I'm not one of them. So we have it both ways. It was carefully thought of. And then we have our local gas bar, is where they funnel gas and cigarettes, tax-free, I might add, Willis. And we also have a little bit groceries. So we're proposing for a new gas bar, which is going to be in the works the next 2 to 5 years. So next year when I'm back, we'll probably have a new update about the gas bar, right, Lance? Then we have our northern store, which was the old Hudson's Bay. I call it what do you call it when their freight is so high, the prices are high? What's that word I'm looking for? Inflation, yeah. Freight, I can't remember, I'm so sorry. But this is where we have groceries, and I don't know if they buy fur anymore. I don't know if it still happens, but we still have some trappers that they might go elsewhere. But this northern store provides groceries, and it's tax-free, but their tobacco is really quite expensive, and they always have a stock because nobody buys it unless they have a bill on their account. And then our infamous bridge to nowhere, which connects us to our new subdivision and our new lagoon that was built 10, 15 years ago. So this bridge does not lead to gold. It does not go to a gold where gold is going to be uncovered. Let's get that clear. It's leading to a new subdivision so our people our community can grow, and it's going quite rapidly. And then we have our Royal Canadian Mounted Police building. We have two members right now that work in the community, and we're trying to, with every member coming in, they're usually white and they're non-Indigenous. So our nation have to teach them and show them who we are as a people, like an orientation. We meet with them, we say, this is who we are, you need to understand us, you need to work with our people. If you don't, you're not going to last here. You're not going to be liked here. You got to build a relationship with our people. You're not only here to be a cop, you're a member of our community. So we drill it in their heads to work with us. How am I with time, Willis? Okay, I gotta go. We got a health clinic. So, I'll just end with that. So I'll just talk a little, in closing, I'll talk about language. Like at the beginning, I mentioned I am not fluent in Dene. I just know the good words. You probably know all the good words too. But English River are trying really hard to revitalize it. And with that, we had 3 elder ladies come in and put the public buildings in Dene so that we can put it on the signs. And we have street signs with Dene. So it's visual, because our people are visual learners. We need to see things in order to learn. So that's something we're working on. And we also have a Dene class at high school, where we have a teacher that's teaching us the basics and how to revitalize. So maybe next year when I'm back, if I'm back his Nade, I'll be speaking in fluent Dene, and wouldn't that be awesome? So in closing, thank you very much for your time, and I hope you enjoyed my presentation. Marcy.
Merci, Jenny. Good job, thank you. So if you want to move to Pachinak Day, there's applications here. We've got a gift for you, Masi Cho. There's a nice blanket, little swag bag. Thank you. Masi Cho. Oh, perfect. Okay, we're going to continue on. We'll pull up Julius's presentation, and we'll introduce our next guest. So if you grab a snack, we're just going to skip break because it's only another hour. You guys are good for another hour. So I'm sure if you need to use the washroom, you can. But we'll keep things rolling here. So, Masi. So, Adre Chelakwazenwani, Janati Telas Tuaze. Laurent Zanoni Ani, about 20 years ago. Sakwan El Treno, about 30 years, does not. C'est teacher earlier. Shun don't send a teacher earlier. Anytime. Yeah. Bezihiltsi, Zehiltsi, that Anjolia, does it. Bezia, because he's earned the right to be that presence in my life. So I call him Eagle, and he calls me a duck because I'm still a little baby. I'm trying to, earn my wings. As long as I wasn't a crow, if I was a crow, it would have been different. But that's I call him Eagle de Tancho, and he calls me Chetaze. This a little duck. Because this is a journey, and he continues to work. There is going to be a meeting that is held on April 17. April 17, yeah? And I'm sure he's going to touch on it. If you want to join, it's going to be in Prince Albert. So the language revitalization efforts and how we can move together, that's going to be in Prince Albert if you're going to be around. But Julius Park comes from Lalash, Saskatchewan. He's a member of the Clearwater River Dene Nation now, formerly Buffalo River Dene, but he now resides in La Ronge. He's worked with Northern Lights School Division for many, many years. Yeah, he knows a little bit about basketball. He's 4A provincial champ 2 years in a row. He knows hockey. He's smart. He's handsome, but he's married with 2 children. Three that he knows of. But anyways, let's give him a warm welcome. Here is a nice ribbon shirt, Julius Park. Must show for being with us today. We're just going to plug it in real quick. And we'll carry things on here. So, and again, if you want to, just be respectful. If you want to step outside, take a quick break. Just don't want to let everybody go at once. If you need to, right? But we're going to keep going with the agenda here today. So must see show for those of you. I know those of you that are going to take this information home with you, you're going to choose to stay, and we'll keep things rolling. Must see. Claramente, Andrew. Or this. Okay, while we get ready here, remember tomorrow, Gabina, if you still have your tickets, Gabina, we're going to do a draw for Edmonton Oilers tickets. Any Edmonton Oilers fans here? Whoa. Toronto Maple Leafs? Calgary Flames? Yeah. Vancouver Canucks, anybody? Okay, you got to leave. Montreal Canadiens. Oh yeah, you follow them, you leave too. Ottawa Senators. Yeah, everyone forgot Ottawa existed here. Yeah. We only know about Ottawa because Chief and Council talk about them. Yeah, we just had to go to Ottawa. What for? Oh yeah, we just had to go there. So while we get set up here, we've got one more after this, Eileen. So if we could go for break. I mean, we go for lunch early. So once we work things out here today, we will. So Eileen, you'll be after, and then we'll have lunch. Then we're going to continue on with our presentations. Diane Potterhorn, Horace Adam, Lucy Fern is not here. So we have a local elder, I believe. And Janelle Tassani, who Joyce Torrey, doesn't either. But when you cable, it's ain't easy, John. What do you need, Tana Donner and Yada? Nika. Or you gotta read it off. Okay, one more time, Julius Park, make some noise for him. He's a provincial champ, 1982-83. Saskatchewan, yeah. I'm not lying either. He's a superstar. He's a stud.
Då anser så Nisa, jag tidigt har sagt att bara, kolla, när det var det. Något till då? Näzon. Sen det så jam, nå han är jag. It's not projecting as much as I thought. Oh. All right. First game. One line. Got your neighbors? Yeah. I just want to start by a little brief introduction, who I am, where I'm from. Originally from La Loge, Taylor's to the Denesuline. 1992 to 2004, so Kuhonish Tanzan. A year grade 3, Fizeru, Dene language Hanishtan. So I taught Dene language for about 6-7 years, Fizet, and also grade 3 for about, in total, probably 12 years in La Loge. And Northern Light School Division. I went back to school 2004, 2005 in Edmonton, a CILD program. You probably remember that. I remember a lot of people that were taking part in that. So after that, I finished my master's in Indigenous education. And then I wasn't planning to leave La Loche, because that's where I'm originally from. I was offered a job at Northern Light School Division, and as a First Nations Métis education consultant. So I worked there for about, 10 years more. And then superintendent at MLTC for a year. And I did some contract work for about 5 years. Man, I feel like I'm old here. And then I'm currently working with Northern Saskatchewan Indigenous Teacher Education Program out of La Ronge. So I moved to La Ronge 2005. So that's what I do. So that's my job currently, my third year over there. And we're graduating mostly Indigenous students that are going to be teachers. So in total, I think we graduated about at least 50 students. So everybody has a job, and then it's a huge accomplishment for a TEP program. There's a lot of them out there, right? Yeah, I'd just like to thank everybody, like everybody else that's coming up here. Thank the organizers, Suchotwe, Cold Lake. Lance gave me a shout. He asked me to present here, so I think I'm honored to be here to see many people that I haven't seen for a long time, and I feel right at home, when we're amongst our own people here. Denesuline and, Cree people, any other, nations that are here. It's a good opportunity to connect with each other. So I was thankful to Lance for giving me a call. Elders in the room, acknowledge the elders. The language that's vibrant amongst the elders, we speak highly of the elders. So we want to continue that journey. So I encourage people to utilize our elders at all levels of learning, sustaining our language. Also, knowledge keepers, language advocates, there's a whole bunch here. We are very strong as a group, so we want to continue that. I think leaders also, this is an opportunity for supporting each other. So I think educators and educational leaders who are working to bring Dene language and culture into the schools. A lot of programs are going on. When I taught Dene language, also there's immersion programs in a lot of places too. So those programs are well noted, and I think if there's success, I think we can continue the journey to do that. Like I said, I'm proud to be here, and I want to share a few things. I think some of the things that were shared already, I'm not going to dwell on a whole bunch of things, but I just want to share what the plan is as part of my role to continue the journey to revitalize or sustain our language. So another Noel McIntyre and data. So I'll give an opportunity to one of the elders to come up here to say a few words about the journey that I'm hoping to accomplish. As a speaker, back in, 10, 15 years ago, Saskatchewan Indigenous Culture Center had a conference, and we got into working groups. So the Denesuline group came together in a room, and there was a young lady. She's originally from La Loche, but she lives in Saskatoon. So in the circle meeting, she could hear the Dene language. Denedeati, Yerit Allah, Yerutzi, Banoni Daru, at Sahajalai. A young lady that was sitting in a circle, she could hear the language. And then she started crying. You know, the room was just quiet. And she said, I'm sorry, I can't speak my language. Now, when we think about that, I keep telling my students at that TEP program, it's not your fault what happened to us. Somebody had a plan for us about our language, right? So that young lady, you know, we talked to her and she felt really, you know, kind of relieved that telling her that, you know, that wasn't her fault that she doesn't speak the language. I always tell my students, there's mostly Cree speakers in the room. And then the majority are non-speakers. And they feel bad about that. I said, no, it's not your fault. So don't think about not speaking your language. You know, it's not a deficit for you. You're proud to be an Indigenous person in an Indigenous program, to be a teacher. You're going to present your knowledge to the students in a place where we have learning taking place in Indigenous ways. So I think as a group, a lot of things are happening in different communities, right? We talked about it. There's resources that were handed out to people over here by Agnes and information that's been shared. So let us move forward with strength, courage, and pride together. So if I ask you a question about our language, is it endangered? If you believe that, put your hand up. Is it on a downward spiral? Absolutely, right? We know that already. We know a lot of things. So, young people, we always talk about our younger generation. There was I don't know if it was an article, but an elder told a group of young individuals, my children, you will never understand, they will understand, or have heard my language when I was growing up. This is an elder talking to some children, young people. You know, he's talking about his journey out. If you understand what happened to us, our language, you know, that's good. And his last words were, I will probably not see or observe what's going to happen to you. The elder is moving on, right? The message was, this is what happened to me. In between, the younger generation, you know, he will not see what's going to happen, right? He's going to move on. The spirit will live on. So that was the message to the younger generation. We're all sitting here, you know, we're on a journey. And how we take care of that journey is within us, all together, as one group. Now, we know all these things that are happening. Lance probably heard about I'll give you some more information after here. The meeting that I will be hosting in Prince Albert, okay? The idea here to mobilize Dene language advocates. So when I posted that poster a while back, probably in February, I got calls from people that want to ask me what's going on here. Can I attend the conference? It's not a conference, it's a meeting. So I wanted to get that sorted out. And mobilizing community members, leaders, youth, elders to be at the meeting, right? We come to a meeting. We want to talk about building a strong network of advocates. That's the idea. If that's happening already, we want to take note and learn from each other. I'm not saying there's no language groups or anything like that, but if something's happening and it's successful, we want to learn about it too. Work together. Advocates are you, right here. Well, I think it's important that we come together and strategize. How do we work together? Well, we got to have a common understanding. But then so strengthen school community partners. Yatire, where does it belong? Where does it start? At home? Where else? Everywhere, right? Historically, the language is on the land too. See, Sakoya Tirasta, Saki Keu, Hamau, Satao, Salotinu, Nipase, Sakuhan Tenquin, then Yatia Hasana Tense. I didn't learn my language at school. I had it already. I still have it. I know there's a lot of language apps, technology. Would you prefer a child sitting in front of a computer, learning to speak, count to 10 in Dene, or over here, Nihbase, Ella now, then Yatidit Ao, then the sea herel densi. The kidney here at Dide, the feet are touching the ground. That's their identity. It's happening, right? Yeah. There no it's a ni. Tambating yare. Kuharin diasa, the air. At ibatan and G. The chantineda ao, and yesidarit ao, chane the parin delay. Classroom in Dare, Chareba Undilai. Nen. Nenia, with your the feelings that you get from the land. A while back, I did a little contract work for, I think, in Thompson. There's a reserve by Thompson. I forgot the name of that reserve. I forget. I'm not sure. Anyway, so the leaders over there, what would be the benefit if we took our families on the land for about 2-3 years? You know the benefits, right? They're going to gain their language, their identity, live off the land. Families are together, you know, bonding. It's going to be healthy. Are they going to suffer in English when they go to school? No, absolutely not. Did I suffer? No. You know, when we say you walk both sides of the fence, right? The European culture. I understand that, but I'm more over on this side, but I understand both. But the Dene part, the Dene language, so the point is, Land-based education, that's circulating, right? I always think about it as a living. You live on the land. You're naturally learning on the land. It doesn't say 9 o'clock, you're going to count to 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 10 o'clock day, telk us, tell them. A lot after the morning, y'all, lucky tidings online. What do they tell? Do think it's not there? Sensation on his ear. Julia Sushi said. Eli, that's the natural way. You can do that on the computer. It's still, I mean, I'm not disrespecting technology that we have, but we can learn from that too as well. Resources. Some resources, there's lots out there. Some in the back. Which one is the number one resource? No need. Absolutely no need. The Kohanish Tanasi, they tell us to Lalosh. So after I left Lalosh, I went to Larange. Northern Light School Division, I now Sakua, the language is just vibrant, you can hear it in the school, all over town, all over the school. Melva knows that. She's still working over there. Yeah, anyway, so as a consultant, I propose immersion program. Yes. That was back then. Now, you might be disappointed in what I'm going to say. Anyway, I proposed that. The way we were sitting, me and my colleague, we're both from the Lush. We got educated, we're teachers. We got our masters in Indigenous education. On the other side, I have a superintendent, principal, 2 superintendents, a couple of principals. None of them were from the community. So, but there's at least 60 students that would enroll in kindergarten, right? It's probably about the same average, maybe. It's down a little bit, okay. So the idea that I proposed was parents need to have a choice too, right? We need to hear their voices, what they thought about that. Also that total immersion, bilingual or English. I guess the idea there to allow them to have a choice, but somebody didn't believe in that. I'm not going to name names, but it didn't fly because literacy and numeracy is a high priority in a lot of the schools, right? Why can't you learn how to count and read in your own language? I think the understanding about the immersion program, the kindergarten students would come to my class. Language, I could hear that. It's reversed now. At least 400 or 500 students in that school spoke Dene. Those students will continue to speak Dene. But the one after that, the time I was in Larange, it totally switched. My friend Randy, who's teaching Dene language, he told me that too. So it's easy. We kind of drift away from our language, right? It's an uphill battle to restore that. So we had a committee back in before COVID. We wanted to create a nonprofit organization. We're going to do that. We're trying to do that now. People that are interested, you know, we want to gather some people, sit around the table, so we can promote the idea of retaining our language. O telo tin Dennis is a phone allow at the deal at the Fort Mackay. Dennis all day and not deal Johnson, colleague in the not deal no a tails in the so I'm about see the information. I'll share that with you. If you have time to go there, you know, we want to create a group, a networking group. So the idea there, if we have a kind of like a center, a learning place, we have a lot of talent in here. There's people that are working in schools, communities, with families, with elders. We can utilize each other's knowledge. If somebody wants, the school wants to put up an immersion program, we can network. Somebody that has knowledge to do that, they can do it in service for those the schools or the community. And community language revitalization. So there's 14 Dene communities, First Nations and Métis, but anyway, I just call them Dene communities. We're not trying to get every community to bring 5 members at the committee. We want to have, I think we had about 10 members on the committee last time. And we kind of talked about hosting a conference, but it's still doable. We want to try to promote that, something like this, in a way that you take something from the conference to take home and utilize it. You go to a job training session, you're going to utilize it to benefit you, right? Same as a conference, same thing. What do you take from here? How do we know students are learning? What evidence do we have? Sometimes the evidence is on paper. But then I read it on the language is shifting, right? The Kudorist actually not get oh BST inside 30 lari. You're emitting some letters. The dua nisa. No, the language is shifting. The one large is time. A year. The Kudoric Angara, then a chill in grade 6 not day. As a day as he call but not here, see, as he knows Ila. It's okay. What you call but they can understand and comprehend what they're saying. Last year, I mean, not last year, the year I was teaching Dene language, I recorded some students on the playground, in the community room, and there was literacy books in the school. I translated that into Dene, and then I borrowed 2 students. They don't know how to read in Dene. The characters that are in there, they never seen that before. I have it on video, but I didn't get permission to show it. Anyway, so I said, we have a table. I gave them the 2 books. They were reading the text. Why did they read that? Why did they know how to read it? The language is in here already. The words are in there. They struggle a little bit, overall, they really did a good job of reading that. They were having fun too, laughing at each other. And then my friend Randy was singing to his class in Dene. He still does that. I was going to show that. So, celebrating progress. You know, we always do that. What have we done? Let's celebrate that. Right? Celebration. Yeah. Winter Festival noon disa. I recall going down to the lake, Winter Festival in Lash. Skidoo race, 12 Forska. I'll have that today. A years. Skidoo there, Kila. And a lot of this tea making, fire making, nail pounding, sawing, flower packing, a lot of those things. We can restore that. It still goes on. You know, at their a to display our talents. You know, we can celebrate that. But this one here, dental language and culture through the voices. Meaning not DLC, then they are tihil chuha. See, don't need a CR sina. Then a tigare, sani tele, they il tiha. Prince Albert, $50 ulta, $50. The deal is that. Somebody's at in lads at an email only, don't. Anyway, I'll share a poster with, I think I did with Lance. So lunch would be served. Métis Nation Saskatchewan offered to buy us lunch. So I have submitted a few letters to organizations, and 3 of them, I've heard back from 1, so it's promising. We'll probably get some funding. So when we create a nonprofit organization, we want to reach out to, agencies or, Heritage Canada, SAS Culture, to generate some funds. When we have those funds available, they'll be directed to communities or elders or, however we decide to use the money if we get that. So there are Bones Park 11 at yahoo.ca. That's my number. So Coronet Hotel, Prince Albert. That's where the meeting would take place. It's just a one-day meeting from 10 o'clock till 4 or 5 o'clock. But meeting no need aha. We're going to continue on. 8 hours here. I'll do my part. We'll coordinate a place where people will express their concerns, their voices. But we're going to do it in groups. One at a time. So that group will share their knowledge. Other people in the group at the end. That's the idea. So hopefully, we'll get that momentum going, and we'll try to do the best we can. Adira Balantan, our Dene language is more than words. Our our stories, our teachings, humor, relationship with the land. Every word spoken in Dene connects us to those who came before us and those who are yet to come. It makes sense, right? Elders protected this language through difficult times. Or Nahire, some carried quietly in their hearts when they were told not to speak. Okay? Because of their strength and resilience, we still have the opportunity today to hear our language, to learn it. No baho azadoa, asumatori liha no yatie. We can move forward. We keep our language, let's increase fluent speakers. The younger generation. Asant ilasan, sa kuhali anashtiha. The Leah, grade 12 and Aldina, Anailda Naftane, she's got her credit, 17 Mare. The Chilu, Bayas Tilina Dania, Adana Teres, Hinesot Ile Kunen. A ye 5 or 6 Mare, Dante Yatihun Tone, who is talent a lot like vocabulary. About 300 or 400 words, all young. You're saying, Prince Albert, winners with Azik, Electroca, Bonding Kedan Yania. So the language that she learned from me, you're saying, we're sitting there waiting, and then she starts singing. Naranita, Atlanta, see, Faith Hushi. Just like that. You're saying, record on the stay her sing la in line. She said, no, don't record me. Aren't John? It's a phone I was tied to, and generous. I recorded that, but I don't know where I put it. So, but anyway, so many doesn't done it. The chili get the to see is Daniel, no yaza in linear. Daniel, cause a girl, Johnny Dash and a teen, Nila. Don't want to go deal with so. Call that, don't answer it, gotta make time for ourselves with our children. Don't be discouraged. It's okay. Don't listen to the kuhali when you're talking to a child. Then then dit elede. They're learning the sounds from your Dene language, the sounds that we make. Nohala, our muscles in our mouth, that chilu the danekon and lade at their Yadarel dende, Amagajare, Babor Nihelsen. The characters in our language. The chilo thing, the comedy bay a tire, a ye, or nyanya. Banan in there. Imagine a future where children are laughing and speaking Dene in their homes. Language is heard in school, on the land, community gatherings. Imagine elders hearing young people speak the language with pride. Elders seeing that. Bakoy, Yatirit Are, Hatibahado Dihalai. Antu Yati. Alsadati. Asade Yastire. Allah, Bayort Aga Horish Allah. Then I got it and they Yastila. Allah Hot this. We keep saying that. I understand that. What did we do? What did we do with that responses from people that broadcast that. You know? We don't want to blame each other. We want to connect and create a place where we can work together. We know what happened, but we want to move forward. So think about it. When your grandchildren ask what we did to protect our language and culture, what are you going to say? Think about it. Tant I tinin asi. Tant uno he tiketa nia. Yeah. Ada ilti. Banani der hai. Adira Noel adinati nohalata adir Horish Karniaja. Yeah, I said Tini Aha. Noel McIntyre. Mercy Joe John.
How much?
Tyler. 1 minute.
1 minute is the day. So it's really out of that. I see Noel share manager salute in a talent were better in Dalia. No, at here, Balasal. I thought no need on the it's a nicho. Could they take that held the Neota, a armor bed, Dania. Could have the Jalata daily, the La Salad Del. That a gathering, but Tatabadal news are just which are 20 daily. I heard it's a journey, Alan Allen chose a minute on here. Could the who's a journey? Well, Julius, Delayat here, Basil, or you at he. That he had the very other at he nothing. The whole don't do which a night by could the Della bounded Hana, Yahaja, Nako Digula, that will see the Bayatu. Could you at here the whole time Ajala, a Yahaja? Van the go needs and to sort a me Valani do that only Valal idea a higher than the whole at the whole and I was such a saga courthouse of the Rotada and the hood in that then I at here not minute I always do that about how I say not data I see nearly that I saw it. I thought challenges around things happen that he was a British that this is a secret that he do that a challenge out. I have a message. Thank you.
Not the Latinos last 2 months ago, only season, not 2 months ago. Then a language classes which Anya Laurent, not date hador in say a who their color April Salazan to a general language classes known as AHA. 2 hours dayland like 3 times out of the week. I other than that, this is a lead in Saladel. It's not to go on a Tensala and a building the Haladel, a tails in Denesuline, Denesuline Heli, a beneath not to Dana, Yastidor in a mercy in the sun. Everybody, really appreciate your patience and listening to me. Mercy, Jonah Hansen.
Mercy. Thank you. Yep. I've been really patient. Thank you, Mercy. We've got a gift for you, Judy, the Bangal Coop, not Dazan. Jaya, we've got a gift for you, and then we're going to do a couple draws, and then Eileen Beaver, stand by. Eileen Beaver, stand by. You're going to be the next singer here. Eileen, do you have a presentation? Tazidin da. Yarilni. Eileen Beaver. She's not here? Eileen McDonald, I mean. Eileen McDonald. Eileen McDonald, that's last thing, da. Tazin Twilzi. Eileen McDonald. Who you? Sarzin. Eileen McDonald, who you? Illa. Nenya Twilzi, Horlusi, Bakani Khanen. Torlun den Hoy, Nigiwe, Zit is not see, I didn't die. Yay. Alrighty, we're going to do a couple of draws here. So Eileen is not here, I guess, and so we're going to break early, okay? We're going to have lunch, so you can. But if you got your ticket, and for those of you, Nan said, Julius talked about at the end there's Dene classes starting in April. So you can go see Julius and see where, some of the resources that he's using. If you want to connect with him, I know there's some non-Dene speakers, non-fluent learners. Everybody, thank you very much. Let's give everybody a round of applause here for being here today. Once again, your efforts do not go unnoticed, and I appreciate the people that travel quite a ways to be here too. Some of you by winter road, by plane, by trains and automobiles to be here. So, masicho. And April 17th in Prince Albert, so they're going to be meeting how we can form together. Because the biggest thing is money, right? It is money is the biggest thing that, because we got to gather. And, for those of you that follow my program here the last 5 years, I never made money for a long time. Today, that's how I fund myself and how I continue to share it, these efforts. But I never made money. I just did it because people needed it, and I really enjoyed it. It helped me become who I am today. So, a lot of times we discuss who tickets. Oh, okay. Possibly. How long is she gonna? What is she talking about? Okay. Uh-oh. Shh, 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 shh. Donald Trump, what's in his teaser? Yeah. They're gonna be fighting against Trump here. You guys see the gas prices though? Holy. Last night, I don't want to get too political, but when I get too political, then people try to cancel me. But that's the beauty about working for myself, They were explaining why gas is going so because they cut off that little 39 kilometers, right? So the oil is getting empty, even though we got nothing to do with it. We see the prices go up because that's how much money they're going to have to pay to make up for losing. So we're always losing, we're just living this big conspiracy, and the government just pissed me off here. Okay, I'm going to end it there. Yeah, it's true though. Don't even get me started on chief and council. Hey, just kidding. Alrighty, first winner. We're gonna give away a Denesuline sweater. So green tickets, last three numbers, 439. Green ticket 439, last three numbers. Four, 3, 9. Nobody redraw. 439. Last three numbers. Okay, that's not 439, so I'm sorry there, Margaret. Okay, redraw. Last three numbers. 3, 3, 8. 3, 3, 8. Redraw. Wish I had a ticket. Nobody 338? Okay. Redraw. 3, 4, 8. So we went 10 numbers up. 3, 4, 8. Who threw their tickets out? You got no tickets? Yeah. Tell them, hey, Kanarindi, say it again out loud, Sarzin. Okay, redraw. Which one? 3, 4, 8? Okay. 3, 7, 7. Just keep handing them to me. Oh, 377 is a winner. Just keep handing them to me. So just because this one right there. The ticket's right there, just to confirm. Next bingo, 466. 466. Cozigal. Four, 6, your treaty number. Oh. 3, 3, 1. Sure. 3, 3, 1. 3, 3, 3. So we got this wall hanger or a table, or if you want to cover yourself, just cover your feet. 3, 8, 7. 3, 8, 7. Going once. Oh yeah, that's the one. Yeah. We'll meet you halfway. Here's the, I'll put them back here just in case they come back. So we'll make sure the food is on time today, huh? Otherwise, but just want to remind everybody as well, good or bad feedback, let them know. I don't know if we got any forms, but you do have these little notepads. Write them down and hand them in. The committee for next year. I'd like to maybe a Dene gathering, or, one of the things that I proposed to them was that people can send in their own proposals rather than I want to go up there. I want to go up there. You send them in and they'll invite you and so on and so forth, right? Instead of opening up the floor to everybody that wants to, because we all want to say something, right? So that's one of the things that I propose to them, and I'm sure they're going to gather. So if you have this notepad, good or bad, write it down. Which presenter you like, what information you took. These are just some ideas that I'm going to put in your head, to continue on. So the lunch is in here. You got everybody had their smoke? Okay, if you didn't have your smoke, up next, I'm going to call upon, we're just going to switch some things around here. We'll call up Audrey Larocque here. Audrey Larocque Nohani. She's going to share with us here right up until lunch hour here. So, and we'll just get the jets to quiet down. So let's give her a round of applause here, Audrey Larocque. So just
Dobby, Dudzing, Denesuline, Audrey Larocque, Otelote, Janvier, Alberta, Chupan Perry First Nation, Hulie, Oteli Yang, Anesh John 9, Sakudanishan, Dean Saskano, Satukaslan, 9 great grandchildren to say. Elderly, that's at least yeah, I'm a young elder, let's see. At all the young college Johnny or at least ni then I told that any told the soon that to see this dinner as I called it in another bar. Like I asked here. Do you syllabics? To dear John Dean Mahal Dana. Ayot a banana tertia syllabics are the two Dana on neither the Miss Coon or at least get that Jano. Do not know how a sabatlander ye. Or you see adult Roman something, whatever, tomb and nila. No, I quite bonus the ant arion than Nascana than Abhaden a chair. See is out here tea than it are. Senequena a Caesar's can hold an other as tea there, Senecudot in other zaunla. A dash I didn't read dear. Satachus a man to a see is a hardonish canty. Nalzeo ni ane young the chin choose around. On that second illustrates canna. Siast in says can hold on it tin la. Na quan nas can henesti said see choose a tune choose scale din la say. A said see a household neither see than a honest kana 10 commandments. A you say your household need has see and no isa net cooper can't use honest health tender your household need a abner is nisinola nature health nature health but la can't u sanaya la say saki kill a chahati lene tani hi chong 60 scoops 9 day a color said kening de 5 years but I doing no saki kening de la cherion than they are do a color betty asked de lila nakiza shana heya a abagados nisa School is a codon is town, so codon is 10 layer, not last, it's in Lenny, Salani, Dana, as a codon as pensine. Basic. I don't dalian with school like to Samba outside in a clear. So, three, dot in us in the I'm honored to be here with you today as a Denesuline language conference. I want to thank colleagues First Nation, the host, the nation for bringing us together for important gathering. I also want to thank the elder knowledge keepers, families, youth leaderships, and all guests for being here. I speak Dene, and I know how important our language is in our people, our identity, and our future. Our language is more than words. It carries our history, our teaching, our connection to land, our way of life, who we are as Dene people. This is why it's so important to keep our language strong. We need to speak in our homes. It begins there, where children first learn, our kids, our grandkids. It becomes natural. Every simple words, every day can make a difference. We need our teaching our language in school, in youth center, in daycares. When hearing children learn Denesuline in school, it builds pride, confidence, and connection. It shows our language belongs to us everyday life, and in future, we should always use the tool we have today. Apps can make people learn and practice. Recordings can help people hear pronunciation. Technology can help connect learners to the language whenever they are. Dene language training is also important, very important. We need more opportunities for people to learn. We need training, teachers, staff, parents, community members, support learners, so we could feel encouraged and confident. The work belongs to all of us. Elders carry knowledge and teaching. Family keeps the language alive at home. School helps strengthen learning. Community programs create more opportunities. Technology can support the next generation. Every word matters. Every effort matters. Every time we speak the language, we help carry it forward. Our language is precious. It's worth protecting. It's worth teaching, speaking, pass on to our children and grandchildren. I believe our language remains strong if we continue working together. That's what I had wrote. Khala dana bayatia doran jan asha. Ashna the khala siza. Or look at our song dan halyas tiu. Sha ashna the dan yati dan edita. Bagani da casino sineola. It's who done it all her sin. So that's Eola. So her sister Elo done it all her sin. I don't speak, sadly. Won't skill her next door neither than Kala ya hernja. So what does it tell our kids? Na ya ti baru jasa hani satsuna. Dan yang ti don't look elusi. Dot ina. That's our second language. That samba hadoril in usil samba hani ode samba drill and schools at Kohatonal Kanu, we got to teach our instructors, pay them to pass forward. Salani bastoche dan adan hodonel ka. Basic. Mulkau that is seen a kudrin colors. Basic stuff. Do no nana kado desas can was to cast color. Bahal dan ayas tide. Learn no what? What? You know? Google it. The CC the Google it if you don't know. But we gotta tell them what it is. We gotta teach them. Show them a little story about it or something. So they understand the meaning. They sit there watching cartoons on la. So no need dana. We gotta do the same thing. So thayas tehela up. Nini chance at ayas. Mercy Chaw, so let's that.
Masi Cho, Audrey, John, we've got a gift for you. And Masi no halya iltia. So, huntlede anze so sila kola so burbout deo. Alrighty, we're gonna bless our food here, Agnes. Torlu no delo. Burga iltia ayo tsino kole. Masi. Masi Cho. She said, rub-a-dub-dub, let's eat. In Deni, though. Just kidding. So the servers only want one line.
Si Marianne Calter Hushir. Zan kolani nene kese konilta. Kud a oasnelta se kuhislung. Ya tesine yang. Eyer ya tesine yang si yo anzin bet a sihlong koshan. Denne atne det son lide ya ne henonyo. Dirat e diken la honidan. Si gatin is as kana. En denne kwedan li. So wale rekuli dennes kana baba. Honidano agana. Okay, listen. On senane goti sekadori yansi kodori hela. 1974 a year to galas na jane. Dene ben hel a year to setseni da setseni kuidal ni si. Alkedan astinati. Marge Reynolds i Tabekoshane, Culture College Galan, Saskatoon. Eyi bet azin danli daniate, the Horizon Benizaltan. Ko an halus nade, dirita se konil kan ho ansi, nuni altnadi, no he tere dan lo, nuni no tan ho te ae. Daya nisi da ganda ya tinisi, ibe ya tedarit alho. Ho ansnire, it's the law. Kutiri protocols nisi. Da uho an den honel tansi. Da uothil ansi iyatsidila. Da gawe deni lander de laha bezada here. We need to teach our kids noni. Idahal insi. Kui has a kui halosni. The protocol ida deni zagada hisi. Altne the hui karo I altne thati. Deni bet zagaga netran. Ayita besetsuti ho an. Bet zagada thin lare. Dauk deni line 30 Ayer koni thanat lire. En satsana zere deni natli hene. Kutan chalakwaze han den wals not the best kene. Near out o atan deni thalte. Ait asuni derde da khantai stin khai deni thalte. Kuti den gadalchi. Koyer I thans school other na hori kar. Ta ogatasi deni thalte heres. Sakuti. Deni thalte de Bachan yare but zagadahye, like that's unto hene. A year out deni now zenut ade asmatanala dra hene. Ko idan di dan hodami tanho, dothi hoti yasi. We thought see on Halus, thought university student, says a phone Allah. Is a university niga so low, then a helianitia sits at it. Lacha herese, lachago shara so herese. Physics bazi silne. SG physics ko shansu no si desa. Yo tarina herese. Kutane daga sikadore ya nisi hene. No needed ways of knowing that it where you want the indigenous people say ways of knowing the bits. Behind are Zinta hot in her sea, Altanem Becocha. It Betsy colors on the cigaro. The Nenate sea. Tagaret Silcodoria, Sil Hase, constantly tenacity. The did Honisi, the Setsune to the top in this chilo for Sagayo, Saloni Seneballistira. You Saloni to ask Latin, the question say. A year Ko sa wani to ilaw te kut sa sintiline. Sa sinitare, ko di na unalos ni sa wani hene. Ko for sa kaya si, ayaro, unta huno ni lerba hos ni iltibalos ni ko, ta ulosi hos na used to make it up. Was this on that loan is tiline. Ko tilina until I know the whole story. Legends buzzing. Ko Setsune Marisis nide da annampa. She was a midwife whilst noze. Where you dana said no she dana na koweni Hollandi dana na kowenyo. Tida o dana na kanel nisi nyozi asida ayiti dana koweni. Ko sa sare herese isetsune inesha. It is another. It are legends don't see. No other see igare hunya. They're not myths. Ko local stories don't lila. Tita dene da o tol nyo balta onarather sin dene halt all needs ane but odori ane sanuts in school ha. The nature walk, iti banko dila. Ita ane jits anisi eyo anzi den honel tana. Eyi dan long ku dene las dene da hol aho a. Nakida gare reyun su was on kuli nakida gare it stands out for me. Number 1 law, sharing. Ya nisi no ni den dait long. Dana atnada hol nire is to zet in. Of course, it is to net in the sense of material stuff. Kuli dana hunzun na dana hare yon et na kadan ilno hadafun el tano. Cool number 5 is teaching. Share what you know. Nuni dana kodi doli dana atnada dalno hatunil tanho. And one of the rules is dana hello nilo nanuta daha acidic and yere it becomes an illness for you. Sni saba o dada harzen. Dirita go yasi no hello in betzamberi ni ko dana honel tana. Kuilan dana zaheyo yati de yard ada yati le do hene oti good Jules kodila sagasni ho hene oti der ansin den ata siko shile yati ahiltel galana Kahu GH bidaya galagana diti hoa tungalana snuda yati sa etung oti kudat in 2002 ayosidan honest haninja kudan honest hande where you tanat out English So kuhalo tiro use kudan raton arini so yukolia. 4 years the one town. I wasn't getting paid as a teacher. TA kulibeke owns it's anani. I was making my own resources. Ayero sayazet anantiri zakui. Grade 12 and at 16 bagayo. Yanaga honel tanhori. Ayas ne kurba balel to. Ayanaga hasonel tanason low school and aster ha heres. Nani sasilne. Ani nisi litzesna hene. Aya yanaga nuts and breaker. U of R cho Santep cho. Get to accepted as it does some tapis and So I went there 4 years. Again, nahathilis ni oti. The OPA neither who na for 4 years, not a tila oda. But I did get my degree. There's a saying that it's never too late. I went back to school 50 years old. I got my degree 54. Ayaroti sekodanes kutun daran sekui sekuhalos ni desi. Legends only baloti back in 2002. Tori das ritana. Don sekui balon linde legends pa. You have to translate. When you translate honi, it loses a lot of meaning. Then ya tidat oti ya tisan bedanti. Idi da ya tire yere da hene. Sisabao ne zanko lake e dane aton anisi da udaya tisik antne dikon ata da ya tia. Ya se chale sanse chale luye. Netseni nantia san sene inherese. Ba ya tede yerson ni hetsin. Ya nisi kon o ya tidari tana esen. Ku don ko ile oti. Tiso kon el tande se kuiba kuini ho an. Wait then tot in a dialti, broken up language a dialti de, then a ranara lola e. Nani dene. Aiti ha se kuihayasti. Then if they speak broken language, broken English, that means they're fluent in another language. Ko se kubayati ho. Yati bazi a hanarai loho ele it's right ho. Kudi san koti and dankoti manasna and na dari dire the Cree people. Then a way attend Black Lake Koyagate and na means an enemy for them. No need and na then a has nara Yahotis and na then a gas na. Like, but in day to find out erdan long without some like or standing sequi on asi. Don't dear no how you that halt in there. Then a something then half millions. Down to the last baby where you then a half dating. One it do a son, and the then a haraish naret or had nasi that one nationalia. Then in then say, go and nare current ille. Don't say quid an old needed, say quid half na. Then a haraf na, then a yadarani ha, slaves ha. Nis niani se. Iya solot in Zania lemta table caution, sits in me. Baba diesel the inal the otia. Kuyamara a yaro sets each bugger bastards ni say. A ya okay zone when it as a good sits any high hers. It's about diesel the inal is on a lie. Sebastian has a naja. Mughaitia. So I'm done with that.
Well, we got an agenda. Masicho. I don't mean to cut her off, Kola. We've got other people on the list. So that's what I mean. We got to do proposals for people to, whether it's a time or, everybody can time slot 5 minutes. This is what you're given, right? But last day she'd be here till 5. That's the truth. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, Masicho. Let's give our cooks a round of applause here. They've done a pretty good job. Some of that Hutterite chicken that we got to have So, Masicho, I don't know, or at least the Jazi of our next presenter. But, Duhun Zinige. No, I think I got it. Dodi. Okay. Alrighty, we got her here. Masi. So, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, our next presenter here is from the Saizi Dene First Nation, the farthest Dene in the east. Eh? Diane Powderhorn is a member of the Saizi Dene First Nation, Taduli Lake, Manitoba. Diane is Brandon University graduate in 1986. Oh, she's older than me. She was an alternate classroom teacher, post-secondary counselor, and researcher for the Assembly of Manitoba Chiefs. Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her to the stage here, Diane Powderhorn Masicho. Thank you very much. Presentation, it's, you know. Okay.
And he's got one from my side.
We are it.
Delete us now. Delete.
Like this?
You don't need to hear it. No, she doesn't hear it.
Or PowerPoint?
PowerPoint. Remember you put it on yesterday?
Do you need the slide?
I need this. I need this. Okay, Masi. Okay. What's here? Masicho. Saizi Dene history. That's the only towards technicians saying lade no PowerPoint a bullet in her a bannerul in no hello sniha Saizi Dene and anahodari a hoa no hello sniha. Today, the title Ahulye today, Saizi Dene and anahodari Yanisiot in don't and English day, Saizi Dene timeline, pre-contact to present. Who is it? Masicho, for coming to my session. I will present to you a historical and contemporary story of my people, Saizi Dene. Sa means the sun. Yisi, or yes, Yisi means the son of Saizi, son of the sun. My story is hard to tell. It is sad. It is heart-wrenching, yet it is empowering. Denesuline Nene. The Denesuline includes the two First Nations in northern Manitoba. Lac Brochet, and Teduli Lake. The traditional lands of the Denesuline are in extreme northern regions of Manitoba. Our homeland reaches into Alaska, Yukon, Northwest Territories, BC, Alberta, Saskatchewan, Manitoba, and down along the northern and western regions of the continent into the southwestern United States. There are 9 Pacific Coast Dene languages that originate from Washington, Oregon, and Northern California, and another 7 Southern Dene languages are spoken in Utah, Colorado, Arizona, New Mexico, Texas, Oklahoma, and into Texas, Oklahoma, and so growing up in Churchill, I thought that we were the only Dene in the world. So through my research, I found out this is how many Dene there are on this continent, and I was blown away. And I was so pleasantly surprised to find how many Dene there are on this side of the world, and that we are a part of a whole Dene nation. Because growing up, I thought we were the only Dene. Saisin Dene or Denesuline, we are the original peoples of this land, and we know the Creator put us here. From 100,000 years ago to 300,000 years ago, our people were here during the time of the woolly mammoth, 300,000 years ago. A rare fossil was found in late September 2017 by a worker at a southwestern Manitoba gravel pit who brought it into the Manitoba Museum November 9th, 2017. The giant beaver is an extinct rodent that lived in North America between 1.4 million years ago and 10,000 years ago. It has evolved and become what we see today. The top one is the extinct beaver. The bottom one is what we see today. (1714) Thanarilfed. The Saisin Dene have a D dialect, so we call her Thanarilfed. The first contact between the Dene and the Europeans did not occur in this area until the early 1700s. Although the existence of the former was well known through the reports of the Cree, the middlemen of the fur trade at the time. The Dene were referred to as Northern Indians at this time. In 1714, the Dene were brought into the fur trade through the efforts of Thanarilfed, a Dene woman who had been captured by the Cree. Peace was made with the Cree, much thanks to the persuasion of Thanarilfed. It is written that her voice was nearly gone from persuading her people to make peace with the Cree. Thanarilfed fell ill in the beginning of 1717 and succumbed to her illness February 5th, 1717. In her honor, we wear red every year on February 5th. Fur trade, 1717, the Hudson Bay Company built the Fort Prince of Wales at the mouth of the Churchill River. This was the fulfillment of a promise to Sanareltet to provide easier access to the fur trade for her people. The Sayasin Dene became middlemen between the Hudson Bay Company and the other Dene from the west. Traditional lands of the Sayasin Dene. According to oral tradition, the elderly Sayasin Dene can recall the ancestral place names of all the lakes, rivers, and landmarks, all in Dene Yatie. (1767), Samuel Hearn wrote a book about his journey, and he called it Journey from the Prince of Wales Fort in Hudson's Bay to the Northern Dene, to the Northern Ocean, 1769 to 1772. Samuel Hearn wrote in his journals, the caribou provided so much of the Chippewan's needs that only a few furs were needed to provide them with the new necessities of life. Hudson's Bay Company manager persuaded a group of hunters to live near the Fort Prince of Wales, and they became known as the Home Guard Chippewas. They hunted for the HBC. My great-great-great-grandfather was one of the hunters for Hudson Bay Company, and he always hunted ducks, so that became his last name, my maiden name. In 1910, Treaty number 5 adhesion was signed in Churchill on August 1st, 1910. The Sayasin Dene are now known as Fort Churchill Indian Band. The first elected chief was John French. Karole. In 1929, the railway and the port were built at Churchill. 1930, Hudson Bay Company built a post at Caribou Lake and called it Caribou Post. 1930s, the Home Guard Chippewas moved to North River and a trading post was established there.
Okay, there.
Caribou. In our traditional way of life, since time immemorial, the Denesuline people have always held a sacred spiritual connection to the caribou. They have always held the utmost respect for them and therefore continue to uphold traditional harvesting practices. Every part of the caribou is used. The caribou is the most important resource for the people that the people harvested and depend on for their livelihood. The caribou is used for everything. The caribou bone tools, all parts of the caribou were used. Flesh and marrow for food, sinew for thread, hide for clothing, shelter, and ceremonial pieces like the drum and the rattle. Antlers for bows, bones for tools like fleshers, scrapers, flakers, hooks, lures, needles, thimbles, spearheads, arrowheads, dice, rattles, pen and cup game, hairpins, necklaces, and tallow for lamplight. 1941, my people were still living off the land and wearing traditional clothing made from caribou hide with fur. 1946, the province established a registered trapline system. This had a great impact on my people. 1947, federal and provincial wildlife officials began to survey the caribou populations across the country. Pictured here are children who look happy, healthy, and well taken care of. In 1950s, residential school. Children started being taken away to residential schools in Prince Albert, Saskatchewan, and Norway House, Manitoba. 1956, the Sais in Dene lived off the land for centuries and were able to take care of themselves without government intervention. They were self-sufficient, independent, and a proud people. In the picture here is my father, fourth from the left, with his family and friends standing outside a log cabin. Duck Lake, 1953 to 1956, government officials began to make plans to relocate the Dene, but never informed the Dene. In the picture are my dad. He's holding the fish there. My uncle, my grandmother. My grandmother was a medicine woman, and she's the one who raised me. And my aunt. My dad always provided for the family. Doomsday clock. The doomsday clock is a symbol that represents the likelihood of a human-made global catastrophe, and it has started ticking for the Sais in Dene. Spring 1955, officials repeated the surveys and found that there was an alarming decrease in the caribou population and blamed it on the wolves and the Sais in Dene. October 13, 1955, the Caribou Conservation Committee was set up to deal with the caribou crisis. June 28, 1956, Hudson Bay Company wrote to Indian Affairs to inform them of their decision to close Caribou Post in September that year. 1956, the government made the decision to relocate the Sais in Dene. A reporter toured the community and took some photographs of the caribou carcasses on the shoreline. The Dene themselves say that this was a practice of preserving caribou meat for lean winters, and it goes back centuries. In the winter, the snow can reach as high as a man's armpit, and the caribou meat would be beneath the snow. They used a long pole with a hook at the end to search the area where to dig up the caribou. If the pole came back up empty, with no fur or meat on the hook, they would search until the hook came back up with the meat or the fur. Then they would dig up the whole caribou and feed the entire community. And this is what it says on the bottom. This picture is taken from a Winnipeg Free Press newspaper. It says at the bottom in small print, a scene of carnage where swimming caribou have been speared from canoes. Every year, thousands of carcasses are thus abandoned. That's what they thought. That's what the Bunley thought we were doing, that this was a waste. But they didn't understand our ways. Churchill, August 17, 1956. The entire community of Duck Lake is relocated to Churchill, Manitoba, to the North River and the shore of Hudson Bay. Then chaos, disarray, disorder, havoc, and hell occurred. The forced relocation of 1956, spearheaded by the Canadian government, has detrimentally impacted the Saising Dene of Manitoba on the social order of a sovereign nation and the mental, emotional, physical, and spiritual aspects of who we are as human beings. This is what Isla Bussador, who wrote the book, said in her book. Without the means of survival, such as dog teams, sleds, guns, and traps, the Dene embarked on a journey that would prove to be the most disastrous and destructive to their very existence. People made futile attempts to integrate their way of life into their new way by practicing some of their old customs. For example, they went hunting and fishing so that they could feed their families, but this didn't carry on long. The relocation had a tremendous impact on people's lives as they were not able to adjust or assimilate into their new way of life. They were uprooted from a traditional way of life to an alien and foreign world. In the spring of 1957, North River flooded, and the people that were there were moved to Churchill. They were stripped of their identity, self-worth, pride, and dignity when they were not integrated into the new way of life slowly, but forced into the new way without preparation. They were expected to function in a world they did not comprehend nor understand. They neither spoke nor understood English. They also did not have the skills that would secure them a position in the job market, nor did they have the ability to survive in the white man's world. The result was confusion, culture shock, and disorientation. That's what Ida said. Camp 10. Treaty Indians received a legal right to drink alcohol in 1960, and the social problems began to escalate. The destruction of a community begins with the symptoms of psychic trauma, which is then further enhanced by the chronic abuse of alcohol. When the people were unable to meet the new community norms or standards, they turned to alcohol as a crutch to their daily lives. The town cemetery is in front of these houses there. The Hudson Bay is behind the houses. This is where I was born. After a few years of sitting around in the shanty huts that the government provided for them in Camp 10, people began to drink. Alcohol took its toll on everyone, especially the children. Alcoholism became a new way of life for the Dene people. Dene Village, 1966. The problem of the Dene people became apparent to the government, so the government intervened again and attempted to fix the situation by promising to build a model community where the Dene could live. This new community was called Dene Village. It was isolated and segregated from the rest of the town. You can see the town in the far distance in the picture. Large homes were built, and they were the envy of the town, as each home had many rooms and large picture windows. The people's feelings of helplessness and hopelessness did not disappear with the new homes. The homes that were the envy of the town soon turned into a slum area as people could not repair the damages inflicted by people. The picture windows were smashed up and boarded up to keep the cold out. The doors were also kicked in and often left hanging on its hinges. Thus, the community was once described as the worst slum in Canada. The Sais in Dene continued on their road to self-destruction by the chronic abuse of alcohol. This was the major contributing factor to the many deaths of this small band. Many people died in house fires, froze to death in the harsh cold winters as they were walking back from town, and were often the victims of hit-and-run accidents. When town people were driving by, and if they're drinking also, they would throw their bottle of beer at the dene, and some would be killed by that. The social emotional trauma. The children that were born between 1956 and 1973 suffered the most emotional trauma as they were subjected to every form of abuse, such as physical, mental, sexual, and emotional abuse. The relocation process virtually destroyed the social infrastructure in regards to the cultural taboos of child abuse. They also experienced starvation, bullying at school, and corporal punishment at the hands of the school principals and truancy officers. Children were strapped for missing school by the truancy officer, then again when they arrived at school. Often the children were dragged out of bed and taken to school with dirty faces, dirty clothes, and hair standing up. Poverty and an insensitive school administration prevented many children from succeeding at school as we learn to hate school. Asaisin Dena recounts her experiences with the Royal Commission of Aboriginal Peoples in 1993. This is what one of them said. In the classrooms of the schools, we faced unimaginable racism and discrimination in our tattered clothes, dirty faces, and unkempt hair. No one saw the terror in our eyes or knew the horrors we experienced at home, after school, the abuse, physical, mental, emotional, and sexual. Many of us relied on the trash cans behind the stores and the hotels for food. The dropout rate was extremely high with the Saisin Dene, even in the elementary school, and there was no wonder why. Every member of my generation has a personal account of brutal hardship and despair. We came to believe as children that we were the last Dene people in the world, since our parents could not talk anymore. We were the object of discrimination from every direction. We came to believe at an early age that we weren't Indians. We were lower than that. The sacred Dene drum. My dad was a very proud Saisin Dene man. He always kept his drum. Every year during the Christmas holidays, when the kids came home from residential school, he made sure there was a drum dance every night at our house, right up until the night before they left again for school. This part I call the self-government initiatives. In 1968, Peter Yassi, my uncle, and government employee Phil Dickman planned a canoe trip to North Knife Lake to scout the area for the possibility of moving the people there. September 25th, 1968, some families moved out of Churchill into North Knife Lake. In the summer of 1971, more families moved out of Churchill from into South Knife Lake. June 28, 1971, Chief Alexander wrote a letter taking a stand against government officials to Indian Affairs Regional Director. 1972, several men scouted for another location to settle and decided on Taduli Lake, as this was a traditional canoe making site. Back to the land. Finally, in the late 1960s, a few elders and people got together and decided that to live in Churchill was to be the death of the Saising Dene. We had to return to the traditional lands and pick ourselves back up to regain our self-respect, dignity, and pride. There was no other way for us, as we learned that we could not live in a strange and unwelcome land called Churchill. A few families settled in North and South Knife Lake, but they could not survive in the area because there was no caribou there. In 1972, scout parties were sent out as children. Scout parties were sent out into the wilderness, and this time they chose Taduli Lake. Life took on a new meaning as children witnessed a change in adults around them. People were no longer drunk. They appeared to be happy and content with themselves once again. They also started to take care of their children and ensured that our basic needs of food and shelter were met. People returned to their traditional lifestyle, and they were at home in their natural environment. We lived in canvas tents and lived off the land by hunting and fishing. People started playing the traditional hand game and started drum dancing again. Chief Peter Yassi, my uncle, he was instrumental in the decision to relocate the Saising Dene back to the land, as he had lost 3 of his children, my cousins, to a house fire in Dene village. He is the longest serving chief of the Saising Dene, and he was a well-respected leader. He was also a pilot. He was nicknamed the Flying Chiefs by his fellow chiefs. And he owned Dene Air, a charter service company. The school was named after him to honor him as a form of ultimate respect. May to August 1973, families moved from North Knife Lake, South Knife Lake, and Churchill to Taduli Lake. As kids, we called this place summer camp because it was the most beautiful summer for us kids. Summer camp 1973. This is us, my family. We're standing outside our home. At the time, our home is a tent because we just moved there. Taduli Lake begins to grow. Or I'll just go like this. 1974, Taduli Lake School was built. 1977, Dene Trading Post was built. The St. Paul Anglican Church was built, and the community dock. 1978, Taduli Lake Nursing Station is built. 1982, Manitoba Hydro comes. We have hydro for the first time. 1983, AWASA's agency, which is a Child and Family Services, started there. MTS comes to town. We finally have phones now. 1987, the Taduli Lake Airport and the airstrip are built. 1989, Treaty Land Entitlement Framework Agreement is signed for Taduli Lake. Here's a map of the relocation. In 1956, Canada relocates Saising Dene from their traditional territory to North River on the shores of Hudson Bay. 1959 to 1967, Saising Dene relocated to Churchill, first to DOT Hill, then next to Camp 10. The Dene suffered many losses during this time. 1967, Camp 10, the Dene community is now relocated to Dene Village. Conditions are no better. 1968, some members moved from Churchill to North Knife. 1971, some members moved from Churchill to South Knife. 1973, Saising Dene moved from North Knife, South Knife, and Churchill to Taduli. 1981, a reserve is established at Taduli Lake. So our people were separated into 3 communities, our small band. So 1973, when everybody came back together, it was so joyous, was happy. Everybody was happy. In 1993, Nuhunye, Our Story is published. It's a documentary. Mary, she's Saising Dene, and her husband, Alan Code, produced this documentary, and it won the Gemini Award in 1996 under the category Canada Award. 1995, the Saisin Dene Education Authority is established, and the Peter Yassi Memorial School opens in September 1995. In March 2000, Night Spirits was published by Alabasador, band member, that tells a story of the relocation. 2004, the Betsy Anderson Memorial Clinic is built. Granny Betsy was the oldest Saisin Dene band member at the time. She was 10 years old when the treaty was signed. She witnessed it. And by the time she went to the spirit world, she was 102. The Manitoba Legislative Assembly resolution happened on May 14, 1998. And this is what the MLA for the government of Manitoba, George Hicks, said. George Hicks is from Churchill. He's a Timna from Churchill. He said this in the Manitoba government. He said, I remember very distinctly because the people were so different than what we were used to seeing in the community of Churchill. It was only rare prior to that we saw Dene people in Churchill. And they used to come in with their dog teams to get their supplies. They would not stay very long, and then they would head out. The individuals were dressed in moose hide jackets and their beads. Very, very proud people, stood straight and tall with a lot of dignity and a lot of pride. On August 3rd, 2010, the province of Manitoba apologized for its role in the forced relocation. On October 4th, 1999, a monument is erected in Dene Village. This monument says, erected in memory and honor of the Saisin Dene people, formerly known as the Fort Churchill Indian Band. Disease and genocidal relocation experiments by government almost wiped out the once proud nation who during their darkest hours resided here at Dene Village. Over 1/3 of the population died tragically during the years 1956 to 1973. Along with help from a few friends of the people, largely by their own initiative, they managed to free themselves from the grips of genocide and return to the land. Erected this 4th day of October 1999, in the spirit of peace and friendship, His Worship Mayor Michael Spence and Chief Alabasador and their councils. August 16, 2016, Canada apologizes to Saisin Dene First Nation. In this picture here, you see Carolyn Bennett. She was the Minister of Indigenous and Northern Affairs at the time. And the other picture in the front is my mom. This is what Carolyn Bennett said. Today, I stand humbly before all of you and offer the following words. We are sorry. It is unbearable to consider what you lost during the years in Churchill. No one and no people should have had to experience such treatment in Canadian society. Henry Hetzel, but not to the list. And despite what everything the government did, every spring the community is blessed with the annual caribou migration. In 2017, Tanadalt, a 300-year commemorative gathering took place in Churchill, and Dene from Manitoba and Saskatchewan came there to celebrate. In 2019, Ernie Ambassador, a proud Taisin Dene, had a vision to protect the ancestral Seal River for future generations, thus creating the Seal River watershed in partnership with 4 First Nations of Manitoba. January 18, 2024, a historic signing of the Seal River Watershed Memorandum of Understanding, or MOU, for the feasibility study. And this is what the watershed said. We are thrilled to share that the Seal River Watershed Alliance, along with 4 First Nations governments, have signed an agreement with the Canadian and Manitoba government that marks a new chapter in paving the way to establishing the Seal River Watershed Indigenous Protected Area. As we mark this occasion, we remember our connection to the land and the healing that it brings. We have been separated from it, and as a result, we have faced hardship. Our communities face trauma, addiction, and suicide. But protecting the watershed will create healing opportunities for our people to restore our connection to the land, to the caribou, our language, our culture, and the elders. Renew a sense of pride and purpose. We have a responsibility to care for the watershed, and we celebrate this bright spot in our journey to protect our lands and waters. It is a burst of hope for the future. We are proud to work toward creating the biggest land-based protected area in the country. The Seal River Indigenous Protected Area will bring benefits to our communities and help build a better, more sustainable future for the health of the planet. The 4 First Nations that signed this agreement, Saisin Dene First Nation, Taduli Lake, Northlands Dene Nation, Lac Brochet, Barrenlands First Nation, Brochet, and Opi-Ponapin Opipanapiwan Cree Nation, South Indian Lake. Those are the 4 First Nations that signed this with the government. This part I called Survivors and Thrivers. Here in the picture you see 3 little girls. The far right is me at 5 years old. I'm standing with my twin sister and my little sister. My twin sister has her social work degree now. She has her master's. My little sister has her business administration. And me, Bantep graduate. Survivors and thrivers. The Saisi Dene people have suffered many hardships at the hands of the government officials, but the people were able to survive the chronic abuse of alcohol, violent deaths, and their loss of pride, dignity, and self-worth as a nation. This proves that no matter what circumstances a nation of people suffer, no matter how much the human spirit fails, the people can survive and continue. They are able to emerge as a broken, fragmented people who have been given another opportunity to become the proud, independent, and functional nation they had been not too many months ago. I am honored to share the successes of the Saisi Dene, who graduated from colleges and universities in recent years. In the picture is my uncle Peter. It's my cousin Christine Carpenter. She's a nurse. She's a nurse in charge in one of the communities. And my niece, Stephanie Thorasi, she's the executive director now for the Theo River watershed. Today we celebrate the many Saisi Dene graduates. I am honored that the recent graduates gave me permission to use their photos. Charmaine there, she's a graduate of the Peter Yassi Memorial School. Catherine Tom Kelly is in accounting and payroll administration. Kellyanne Tom and Sheldon are graduates of the Peter Yassi Memorial School. Kellyanne Tom is now Chief of Saisi Dene First Nation. Heavy equipment operators, just recent graduates. My brother Thomas Duck. And next picture, Carl Powderhorn and my brother Peter Duck. Masicho for joining me today. We, the Saisindene, are the living proof that the human spirit can be uplifted and rise above the circumstances of where we were born. I hope to have given you insight into my history and help you to think of ways to reach your students, regardless of their background or their circumstance in life. Give everybody a chance. Masicho.
Masicho, thank you very much on behalf of our committee, John. We've got a gift for you, right from our organizers, chief and council, a nice warm blanket to take home to your community. So, Masicho, thank you very much. Listen, they had a timer here, so what do you guys think? How you guys feeling? Pretty good? You okay? Need some coffee? Okay, we're going to continue on here. So, Masi, thank you for sharing that history. You know, I went to Taduli Lake and I met one of the elders that was part of that. And he said, last name was Fox. I don't know if he's still around today, but we're going to continue on here, ladies and gentlemen. Are you guys leaving? Are you leaving? Looks like they're hugging each other, so they're probably leaving. So we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. 4 more people to get through. And we'll continue on with our agenda here today. So thank you for sharing with us today. Masicho. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, friends and relatives, all the way from Fort Chipewyan, Alberta, let's give him a warm welcome here, Horace Adam, to the stage, our next presenter right here at the 2026 Denesuline Language Revitalization Conference at John Flucho Twe Masicho.
Merci.
Merci, merci.
That's cool. So in a Ankutai house in there. So this flowers in the Tadujaneka. Do not get Janeka. It is out here, then I was saying, I nay, yes, I bet look in the yaw. What in the yawly. Sata Tanizan na soto. Mama hard and the sort you think quite for lack of those attack I kill quite. See and na and a history. Quite hard no can the 1941. 1949 to Netaba Taga Ecosin 19 Penasni. It is Conaidero. But in it, the higher kilo, Sona Sagai, Sonta Sagayo. Go fear who ye. Alrado, you in more on see. Go see the Kusagai, Seleniac, and his Sonta Sagaye. A kid is a rare thinker. A year, quantity a go few years, yo. She need a co. Reliance a cold, yo. Could do a year older, what in there, yet here. I discussed that year. Hello, ladies, sit out of this ocean, to the co. Must know understand that it are there. She no road day or two, no yet here hours in this day on. But here, no another Rohim, it Denesuline dating. Such a quid on need and I own Denesuline dating, no need no Gianna, however, it's a bit Gianna. Den är dialekt den är hört in här. Så runt den tar den dialekt är sig där at the Basken speaking study den är tidigare. Att det är nog att ge kinderrätt. Att du nu kan dialekt. Ja, den är uniskt den är sällan get in the million 6,000 years. Good then town linear. Aside that you it's as it yellow and gillo, it's as it got to on. But here it's a donut den är så get där truly ano jag tid ni det biset jag tid är ju ansvaret det är så när den tar jag tid truly ni det never hold it to any utan alaska dit truly ni identitet det är det I think somebody truly ni truly det nu jag tid I see it to ya, so I don't get that. At the side, in the solely, be a tear get a dialect it. Although they had here, I know a tea in the a basic language, and a Bichiana, Yatide, Yatik into what in that here mythology, I had to say, Hodo. See, it's gone either truly go fields neither home. The lawyers 1951, no 49 higher. And then it is gone either the ocean, it is only as the ocean. Yagabinas needless. Yagatino neither Christmas present on Ilio. Comic books, not a Dagwood. I don't know news on either. Dagwood and Blondie. It's Christmas as a holiday in Asney. Other than what's that? Hat in a trials. Get her, so it is a job. Get out of the new year, said Gina came, Uranium City, 51, 57. And 1957, when it's at school, or Holland School, in near, at the Scottinet at here, so Bahuli not there. Only say at here, no can yes, I know, sinner, sit. C'était pas écrit, c'est sur des lie. se uatiele. Alla si dia si non che te la bisico sono case. There. Quanto neider is qua. Il atico son alles nou voor. I'd go there, who's there, no, who's there. I was honest, and then I had it, and it's not what I it's an syllabic nigger. Could at least go son, not jaw in here. Can't do days of the next time I learned it, and it. I got the 1992. Skolen in it great killy. I had field trip away with about charge and night. I had school night, art college we at least I had tongue yeah. Then I had here now then a language interpreter, translator at school my foot my memory at least by history check queen of ATC at the Basque Tribal Council. It's a queen of that typical song. It here the large in Irene Smith William, Marcy Chuck Irene. For his because they had but you not know not get sudden than I had here that it needs to change not change do. Philip Buggy Archie Catholic. He is under an echo. He interpreting current tradition. He had nothing. I see and I had here that he's how to learn to write. You slave teacher. He had here. In Roman Catholic, he terrorist at the listen. Could there is no at here, he is slavery. As soon as he alphabet vowels at the hot is. Also at the homozygote pattern, it is consonant. Known as just vowels get a deep. Kan ben in der viele sie sind nur da sehr tief hin und her noch sind ja tief la sie auch se pure ni te ne resti asi ucci alles Fadit easy punither ane sara chele slave che qui hasen ut ina kadu dene no netra ni asi fu yeti ane betaris lis ko hatu nesta words then interpreter translate neither is something here in ane in the resnicha atu detlizi Aten nice atu sepa out in la Chile Arista 2004 it is gestia ya atu dane ya tion el transit get ya tie e ho agar clitre now ho dano atu ja, die added Israel easy on the tank area just about was in 2 weeks, 1 week, 2 weeks to 5 days. 5 days. High in the road. Has met I do. There is an ad here. Syllabic, not syllabic. Fanatic. Ja, fanatic, ja, die. Die zitten wat in de babakers toe. En je hebt net dat oriënteren dat houdt, is het dat je ja, die kies je ook niet over ja tidita si begini esen tapi sin esen hakne sala begini ale de betaya ti ahoti un ja LC begini tapi sin rasni hai hasne town yidi be asane asno atu ya mythology atu yati Jose atu yati warrant yati bete ane dunda hotel ya asin nati snide natiolo I broke on yati benati yatine on broke society laku na ditlo na ninesen prefect now suffix ni dare able ano unbreakable si society ja atio na taste lo activity ni aden unbreak not kill ko unbreakable not hale. He mythologies it is. That's mythology. He has in that time. Ja, det är hålla jag sitter Denesuline. Karoli, de tonor den för nene. C'est un ben sur Richa. Et Hanasara en Anestile. Toque des ons c'était Dialaniston. Canan don't in neither. Canan out near the healing doing 35 years to see. 35 years on echo, c'était the rest of my band to be. Ja, ku overneather. 50 ounces sagay ni kala ko do 85 sagay. Yeah, she is nagalas now. Yeah, she's she. I think a master she har she routines on dictionary downly. I do see with you. I do alphabet without it. Their members stick because she's not a gay lies. I see I would see yet he only. Just how it gets out home. It's a deal in Jesus to it's a Jew. If it with the Takaheda, with the dictionary and Hebrew in the room. I think there was 2005, 6. I think how this is the whole electricity. The church says, yeah, c'était il et dîner de bas pour les derniers années. École, on est sino. The Hanastra and Anistele. I took a day of the dealers understand. He also an Anistelo, no, I had night, of course, it was because I asked you. Nahi itarikisilo at the hot in a sanado a Vanitaya Tindinestan and Lira to the Chizzy. Fa like it's a note in dialectally. Fa as a sanitiro, Revitalization, conference yet that you share with other another. Tina is dialect. He says the whole thing in Jade. I do see with you. advocacy. Konestana. Kontena yung get Jordan is in a yung sayat no yat kila. Yung ditaw isang. Na get at it is a year is could they koto ya si kane sila. Mun sila. Sauto na pangalan sa Atlanto Desang sa Nirenti Tansin ni ko iati party ititis si itis vanay stedio sa pasong school ben si hala oros na len nido sakat idesa abana ni so ni Denesuline yati freelance. Yo leo sano yede tana yati de. Kodo de atu de no heros na hot inana dise atu how to be written. Kisah na yung di kisah li, na yung bikas tiya doy, ay yes it's duty yung esaniti le, tiya tiya atutay tiya tiya osi, pangakit ay dilo saya ti minute, yung resolution na ibigay na Denesuline ko ida ides sa dahil kende siya peta kunasa ese no nilo no de waya stiut ayas ese nilo koto no seo inde kolgino which is school only na hitsa ko na hit at kona tani which was a kala. Yes, and I was okay. Meeting the Atlara or the Aquia Sadite, but I'll kill it better. Checo, I click ne. Compared to Corner Tane. It is a directly fanatic with Diana. Actually, do it out in us and no Baba Castia. Terminology word. At the net here, bringing it area, bring Holy Heart to wet here. Then to let him solve in outdoor it in a I don't know very firstly. What can I do? Okay, this is we need to understand what is vocabulary. Vocabulary is the body of words used in particular language, literature, teaching, and refer to knowledge or words, including their structure, morphology, using grammar, meaning. Thematic is the links of the other words. Thematic is a relationship. What vocabulary means? Vocabulary is a small, all about words, the words of a language or a special set of words you are trying to learn. What does the vocabulary mean? Reading. Vocabulary is an important focus in literature, teaching, and refer to a knowledge of all words, including the structive, use mainly, link, and other words. semantic relationship. And that's sort of, for that one part, English. Adjo mythology had a scene called the Gayasti. Mythology in the Quintus, a scientific study of a language, is a subfield in the Quintus that study the internal structure of words, focus on how they are formed from smaller meaning until unit called morphemes. It analyzes how morphemes, the roots, prefix, and suffix combined, created the words, the derivative and modified existing one, infected to the other meaning of a grammatical function. Example, break, on, break, and able. The terminology means Greek. In Greek, it makes up a morpheme meaning, a shape. Morph means meaning, a shape, form, ology, which means a steady something. There's just another one here. It's really, a lot of people don't know it. They call it syntax. Syntax is another Greek word. I say that the word syntax diverges from Greek word meaning to arrange together, to refer to how words are ordered, to construct sentences and discourses. Example, yati, nan yati, yati, si. You know, this is word one, yati, nan, yati, si. That's a syntax word. Here's one of the most important teaching language. IPA, International Phonetic Alphabet. Here's one, International Phonetic Alphabet. It contains phonetic symbols. We must help each understand the format of Denesuline, speech, sound, proper pronunciation for each consonant and vowels sound with the use of the phonetic symbol in the correct place where consonant is graphed, involving in the audible production and transcription of speech, spoken or written. Phonetic is divided into three types according to the production. How you speak it, fluent and clear in speech. Transmission is it's a sound that you hear, the sound, and then the sound of production, transmitting, and perception, audible to tintaxi. Yeah, could they try the Denesuline? It release the call God will stop. Don't then it can't that you have to help yes. The odd in it, the first child I could do it. Look at ya tita. Go Tanizine nevaya. Ku I haltaro ku o certain athletic, there's no way haltaro. You here this guy God will stop. It's okay. I get interrupted here. Next time, doing another agenda at today. No, near Harvard, I thought I would you. Doing the young conference, is not doing nothing. Should send a routine there, Denesuline. At the young. Sanitele Atarudil and Satayolkini, Vatayoltio, Sanudil, Yete, a Sadarol crow, a kitch a right below, a Tiatinizo, was so, and you get the Adari Dilo, Adari Diso, as a new deal with Sanaga that is no at here, and far not gathered. A kiss the idea. Cool. Cover the Benasni John. I'd say, Senator, as he ever did it. The young dislisted at that curse that he I really know. I do that here, I do that little we had here holding on even. Could you have far in Northern Northern Lights? Then I tell out there. Huh? Tudladi. Fine like this. Yeah. Yeah, like this. We're not guess, not as it is. Yeah. Yatihodo. Yatie condo binerisni. Hasret Hanoli. On another room. Don't get a Yatio. Oh, she said, yeah. And me conditions. Dictionary as a job. Again. Dictionary as a again. I teacher in carelessly. Students not the sort of Catalan, anybody sleeps. Okay. Okay. Cool. Well, I tear the. I teach you silly. Sinidama hasta les in the way for children to Lunisri. Sitting out as a conista. Sit winter. So near a salute in a night and a father dynasty. Linda, Mercy, and Willis. There's something in us. Night and a son. Then I thought this in years. Mercy, that hours now. That one.
Masicho, thank you very much. So at this time, ladies and gentlemen, we'll have a quick break here. I know people are probably getting a little restless. Thank you. Let's give them another round of applause here. Yaganag, guess, you know, the angels are stirring. So you can have a little break. We're going to continue on with Janelle to Joyous, and then we'll finish her off. I know in Zulu, United Daiwe is one of them, and then Brian. And Brian, are you here? So we've only got a few more presenters. I know Dene Huntadeftiu, Dabi Neil, and you know, it's a lot of learning here. As we gather. Dene Bekanis Tau Boris Tau, don't do a Leozi. each and every one of you at Denesuline ganaza dela Toliu at Tiondasa. So idamasi no hersi. Yeah. We'll take a quick break. I don't know if we got snacks or what. Maybe we could do a couple draws. I don't know how many draws we got left. Don't forget tomorrow, don't throw out your tickets. We're going to give away some Edmonton Oiler tickets tomorrow at 12 o'clock. 12 o'clock. So I know there's some people leaving here. Honey Rain is leaving. They said the weather is raining in Edmonton. I said it's sunny and melting outside. I don't know why. Maybe there's she's got a date or something. I don't know. Oh. So anybody else leaving? We got to say goodbye to? Nobody else, eh? Yeah, everybody wants to stay with us. So masi narosya. But yeah, get some fresh air, have a quick break, stretch around, walk around, and we're gonna have another draw over there too for another First Nations services. Monica Ulye Zakwe. The last name is Ulye Jack Fish. Neziba Chude, $25 gift card, Petro Canada, your class. So Neziba Chude Ledgeway. Anybody can come up, eh? Enter for that. Monica, get off your phone. I'm asking a question. Anybody can come enter for the gift card? Yes, okay. Thank you for giving me your utmost attention now. She only texts me 3 times a year, that one. One is for treaty days, one is for the powwow, and one is just to see where I'm at, which hotel I'm at. So go enter there. Before she leaves, she'll do the draws, and Janelle and where are you? Janelle Tassani? Oh, also, if you want to learn syllabics, I've got a chart up here. So if you want to take home this chart of syllabics, come up here and grab it. There's about 20 copies here. So if you don't know syllabics, you want to learn, there's some syllabics resources here available. So they are from Cold Lake too. I just want to, you can get them from Noella. One per person. Yeah, I'll do the people from other, the visitors. Yeah, you're the visitor there. Yeah, you're a visitor. So locals don't touch. 1, 2, 3, 2. Yeah. Good idea. So give them out to the out-of-towners there, not the ones that are leaving today, though. No, yeah, grab one right there. Gambine, if you want one. Good day, not in the hell. What's on the back there? There's a staple. Okay, there. Noella Amab said she'll get some later on. Janelle Tassani, Kazia, Janelle Chujoyce, Janaido, Janelle Tassani and Joyce, Tori. They're gone? All day? All day, all right, well, makes my job easier. So David and Brian Enfield. And then we've got a special presentation before supper, and we're going to have supper on time tonight there, Chief? Kaze yai. By gold or noni yalewet lotelos in the dagi Chief Vern John Viega Bino by Altiala. Only give him 8 minutes though. So any out-of-towners that want a copy of the syllabics, Noella Narini. Yeah, I know, but Janelle too. Oh yeah, right there, Mary. I just put Francois, that's why. We need some more. So just a quick reminder as well, you got little notepads. I believe they're available at the front. Any kind of feedback on the conference, good or bad, if you want to write it down and pass it into the front, don't be shy. Just pretend you're on Facebook bashing Chief and Council there. Not Chief and Council, the separatists. I guess we're in Alberta here. We can make those jokes. So grab one, yeah. Hey, no, grab one there. Yeah, you're good. No. So also, it's urban choosing Ninu season Facebook. Don't try to sell your blanket. They're worth $129 tax-free. A-E-I-O-E, Abacha. Get Noella too. She's over there. I think they're doing a class over there, right there. Narini. Right there, go see them. What? Go see them. I just, these are the types of things that we got to put for next year as well, right? What do you want to see? You want a teaching for syllabics up there. So we've got lots of educators, right? We can cut the presenters in half or go into a different breakout sessions where you get to be up close and personal with a lot of the presenters rather than me cutting them off for their time because we got to continue on, right? So those are feedback, positive feedback. We can have up here someone, a couple keynotes and then breakout sessions or whatever it may be. So also we can make it into a Dene gathering too. We can partner up with Janvier, Otela, maybe we can do that together. A lot of Dene nations can make this a big gathering. So it's endless. Possibilities are endless. Right? Yeah. Already, boni diasan danuti. No, it's a sealers in Iran. Baat naze ziledad diarai sagande yaltiye. Kosh how aftana dest taiwe tazin twelve zagande yaltiye. Beno izan carnival hai ni nash naze zile. So anyways, we'll get everybody to sit down. Thank you very much. Anybody that needs a translation device? Translators? Alrighty, here we go. Carrying on. If you're going to step out, just please be mindful if you're going to chat and visit as well. So up next, ladies and gentlemen, for our local elder here from Cold Lake First Nations, I'm going to call upon Mary Francois. Mary Francois, and then we're going to continue on. Mary Francois. Oh, okay, there's Mary. So let's give Mary a round of applause here, ladies and gentlemen. And I don't know if Janelle Tassani and Joyce Torrey. Good deal? Okay, don't do that, it's all good. Masi. Masi. Dans un dos.
Masi, slot in it. Without in any tell Nature. So it's your twin. Tanto, not a day. Senior seat, I hurry you, Diane, young sound the note. Behone, Danesu. Kunin Jano ne. It's rally, hurry you. Begade, Hatano Honel Canlanti. Begancine get Larry Darth, it's Neko, don't Neko. Ekolo no ne ja nahi de no has estilant ile insasi tueda desi no ne asnathi daitle sanilt sauzenilt ese kolo no yat here Dodi and that. No ne asnathase nani jinet elt o here Dodi tano hanet ilese no yat here ha kolo adinat ano ha dalaganai La chodabet in a aunt usanesan. Holland sequenti do no quantilt you no tatore alant ile. Sare kulisi no Jano Hananega in Shadult no hete diul. It it satsing says. No scanner haja. Tot in a yat here na hutser. No has. Tot in a jar new yeni na hutser. Lassa hujasi. Glut and uetalagadai. Asnathi beddi ratalagadai. Nija. It is Nilia, ni doubt it and any daily. Behonietanesu and u Asnathi atores I. E bedoreliasa. Holla. Desilt it's antantonas gadai I'll no health.
Atlanta Nut adore Eli Nissan. Sia Nissanile. Eita I nahid ni tilini. Drilanti hall no nanakatoti. Sanatre de kuli toti. Kulu tantuno hanahund ankara a year. Bet gatalageta. Kulu yansi a year nalois nisi. See, yon nisi. Se content coins and etano still. No tarinlia. Se cuidaidlo. Honena nene narir. Es narik tano het easy. Tot inutana haru or yutane no karalni. Ei bet don't think that that as a horreliun notes. No, you had here I'll tell. No, how Horelius is a lot in Nija town, city hall, no has. Jet planes na had eat out. Dorot asa, that is it. Or el Jurland uno, bit asing. Don't asilasi. May no need the a cussing. No trust. No cannot. Tot in eno hano, ne has choosing horelu. Horelu tamba to trot that. Horelu. No ha, tano he hoya tano helia. Bet Aurelian. Kulu ason no ha wali. Esane dele. Esas kulida il chile heja. Horelu. Sequi Beatiaze Dodi Atsedri Tadi don't in Delhi. No nene sequi Hadonil Kaneha. No Hetedi Kandasnia Egatalagita Heja. Ik get hanilt is het ankwas. Se kui, hadonilt gaan. Na ken nane galeri nou. Zet acht ado aan hoe se kwenzit dat. Ai jue ha go jelle. Nu tondore ele sanesan. Kolo bedire kolo. Nu had hier tenna there. Horelian la. Naizot in it awasli. My name is Mary Francois. I was born on the shores of English Bay, Tutambang. 82 years I sasi. En Tutambang dasi. Es tudanit inese. Shue kulit anda dathita. Jahore yuthot inenu nane chudesin. Ore yu asi noa estolsi. Jai bashilin. Ore yu ech razu in yesu. Yachun gau ore yu in yesu chatanli. Tudisin. No quabit as in
Tohuchare sukere. Tse gaze hulie sansini. Religion iya sacerdoti. Tu choganasare. Tu kasi. Well, solidanly, religion ekech ahe tu. Tu kasi. Iya senateni. Bedorelian sini. Kutuhun toti. No, ne. Religion ni jano nanasi. Religion an tiri no chonoha. Tane nanasi. Hola nes chilu. Setsunan setsiu. Odesh kande. Nija drunuti. Nija. Sorut dati. No halda holni. Ore juno ha sit oti hayana thede dank etuluk edathusahas. Jot alenun horitzaide. Jot aste sotit tänne danus ihan oetseti. Ei hot heier ninittelt. Kudri thot ineta. Ja, this is life on earth. We're living on a crowded planet. We rely on resources. Religion. All the resources are destroyed on us. All the trees, everything under the ground is just destroyed. On this planet, the populations is crowded. The population is growing fast. Longer lives for most and misery for many. We live by cities who rule the world, who rule us. Global culture. What is culture? Exactly. It's got lots of definitions. Language and religions are not necessary permanent elements of culture. Every minute, our language dies. The earth is in motion. The earth is shifting. The planet is threatened. What I mean by threatened, by the tornadoes, earthquakes, natural disasters. Man has destroyed our planet. And the balance is out of system. The balance is off. The animal life is distinct. We are living in a digital age. No hell, not fast. We have a long journey ahead of us. No ni dana ni si no tulue no skeneba Religion insa. Det helt ut FN, det helt ut bara det är tide year. Hosto no ya tieno hanen det helt är losa. Kolo tanto no halo at hotel dari. Se kontel kone kwa. Tot ine at here oreliu. I tot ine be at here bek any hotel no hasura halese dano hetse tini seni anesi. Adi itira no sure. Tita no hedjua. Good to home country. No yat here ein dela beta no hasura lesin and o. Det helt evu. Kulujan, det and no hane hund and yesi, det helt e. Dano hinesi. Religion asin a. Religion no yat here. Adorethil a. Ei bedorel yasi. No yat here dide. Bedide etlaha. Ye hulile. Diri altnathi. Se quasi hatonet khande. Du duhon altnathase. Et e kyo chale quasu tantsiha. Doti nuni nut aile. It's not our fault we lost our languages. We cannot blame the younger generations because us too, we suffered from way back. We suffered in residential school. If we said our words in Dene, we got beatings. We were sent to bed. I hate thinking about residential school because it hurts. We are deeply scarred with that residential school syndrome in our hearts and all the nations. All of us are, it's horrible. The horrible lives we went through before time immemorial. People lived in harmony with the animal life. Life without animal, life without nature. We went hand to hand, and we have to try to save everything, our language and our animals. Look at the pollution that's happening today. Every day, our lakes are being poisoned. And our old people said, Yanadede hore yuno asi este hotsim lacing. Ne net ne did hore yuasi as a dana. A bedosoro ti dati. We've got to respect the land, the animal life, the vegetation, the neti, everything. Don't in Delhi let you before no ha janunka suga not inte and missing. Etc. Do religion no yat huyen tatore se kontan kont in the next church se tsunebe kon ot ini asked who sare plant yat kana ini sot ina atarnya tanzik sete disini ori yo korahicha kuto bekahite bekanahite no hasura Diriyat noyat here is sacred language. Dere hore you asi neka is sacred. Noltini noha ni nilla betorul a. Ei bedide darahiteha. Asusana halt asi. Ti Donald o jastkis. Se tieda noha ne spesa doritiha. Eita na hek sa tuesin. Es sausita se kwa. Ja nisin antu lantin de hon kont ila. Esataya tilu isari kulisi. Naral sa oriyu. At no anicho will choosing to air weapons range only. Cosina said dil. Denesuline ni atagananisi. Tradat ili oriyu ne diu jiu oriyu kanate deu oriyu ishati sedil etzerata sedi. Kutohon tene studanet ine. Naini tene gode homeless people. Bequendudia cities and all over the Oak Alosit and Siretil not there. Disi benenek and wadelin than Clube Quendudia. Ida idanet is to danet in not days no hallowed in horiu. Good antu no hallowed dari. No hali se kui dahil chunisi and nisi. And daily. Nani no hanin del. Kuto Darahi deha. Today, what are we gonna go do together? We listen to one another. Yet, oh dearly, Tanitsande a year, no hasuga hasi. Salot in it. You're not there, no, no, tahodali. No, ha. Si tarlachasi. No highly, se quasi. No kenny deli. Tight in. No one need no deli. It's araneha. Aurelian listen. Asna the timlo or yuganana center. The das se quan none ester. Se tui kevu. Se ki bes kenu or use a lot in it. Bes kenu or you ganana ester. Kuyutan Masi Nessa, the ones that running this gathering. O Azi, and uni dile, ni jonti, et rat et dide, nuhak ati suga wali nistan. With this, I'll say thank you for listening. Please be kind to one another. Respect other nations. Respect each other. Nuyat hieta, teneta, Deo tiu aye se quatida anu aye de no hasu ahase. In science it was 9 bereye se coin honest kan. Sasik astangolia e satnenega. No ni no ta no ya che ai telkolo no ni ta will live again. We will survive the hardships we live in this world today. Eita masi nesanti. Cool.
Masicho Mary Francois. Dunzinige no ba yatini au no dene sanad delaja untlade yati dene de alti dilo. So it's good to hear that. And we're going to continue on. Couple more presenters. Not dene hulaza yatinanotsi. So we're going to go right into MBC Broadcasting Corporation. David McIntyre. David McIntyre baninchero in Danielio and MBC ha alonin nada. Willie retired 2 years ago, I believe, or maybe a year. Hashin nake nendaza ay dene honi get den halde yatiet horn get zera gao on the events day the bangana to deal and be nickname the Zulu da a would see the code the does on John, but let's give him a round of applause. David McIntyre. Yeah. Mercy, bro.
Ayugala nani. Then a conference senior Noni Isolotine. David McIntyre, who she is a Baringeroti, then his niece. Kuyat the condolences to the family, David Jean Bieni. Kani File, Bestolki. Could you see his calo? Se Jezeba has how Tikares Eliani. Could David so na ni Rapata, then a sign of Eliantosa. A quanine their name. The whole MLTC hala in na. Kudanan days in David ni was it at his Christmas. City bingo was not so in Yola. Ya bingo city center bingo go see ya. Shelly got that Yaba Pecanita and some. You get because I got it because I Thompson says Sahanini. Thompson, Manitoba. You go there. I sent on the Selchun Chinik Dilan on a New Year's Day. A year. My condolences to the family. By kissing. Marcy Heresy Adaye. Don't think it's only the answer not data. That here no hada haretan. Die betting hatway that dollar answer the. They asked here. Cities about at all DC. As soon as Seneya, city qui, Sado de Athene, Carelnia de Elti. They are some classes, is it? Could then asked a honest Sanile. Sado than a day asked he. Respects it, is he or her. Because it's easy. Because Gani did another asked Hilasa. Gani would hear who daily left. Student it either who did. Kodi this either any idea. Anto Nuhala West there, see dinner, hotina, man like dinner. Could I suit it dinner history? Couldn't see. Set honey, Barin Cherokee. Then I asked you, and now I asked you. Quenny, then it's Barin Cherokee. Then I asked you, when now and not the dita, quit I asked you. City, then this all. Gabo Shanton, Anthony the Bedagare, then a healthy dow, Horis town. Ya, the Nadi Desta. Hot in any Desta, Kunakayat, the Sihili ladder. Set honey, but has it sieni, a year nabti anasim. Set honey bits monosai, said sieni pa. Stanley mission. And now delay a mature Pemoan that is up. Kono niti danes, un sine barinchero to dreat here, only live. Kasha is cuz Juliet. A year a knee. Said soneni, said honey ba. A chabacha, ne yasan. Triple Lake. Sequestration as New Year. Und night daily, Barin church and need daily. Their school hall, you. And any ban, your dear son, Judith, Julietotina. Sandy point with the other side. Kunani sell out in a 300,012. They're not there. So out the nasty. And Cones Sunday and another correct Hilila. Another day, hello in a running deal as a henny. I guess it isn't a Honti Gessi, hello in a that's it in. Go and any betha Maxul Yenison. Hataba Yasai Disanone, hybrid, Nani Barak Anati. Anem Ergonte. Well, what school leiders is here? And a hard coins is on. But now BI season alia, school, Bezianant, MLTC. Horrent aan, betaat aan, horrent eile. Betanal, ja. Kose shuni la non disiti. Nis chileni, dani ya school. Se bird in chileni, yero. Do. Naset adults, umbilical hernia that is you say that jago she has there. So Bova school astro and now se kanate helin nasi. Kolo se la Morris chu sa se teni hit helas tozi Walter Hulje. Walterino. Secretary Nihilinia ya Secretary Dini Yeronte. So Kusayat here yast Hilino tut in it and notes near. Kusaza Sihok es lila. Hot endo and Nasanara Glodia than I asked here. But here Chinese on the at here that dila that sala that is an ane. You can see Lord ya says city. Kusa Tieni. It says as Nani Yanilayer school. Ko hot inete horin shailini hotinaya at here. Tantha se attiene al konisan is atot inati. Queer pool table had khaniers and asternia, hones Johnny, sanat et glonia. They can't enondi nonitia, no anat et loan at here. Ida which Aida could the home you hokanite days on. Naitaha, which Aniteha. Could the hold ya NBC radio halas naula, sire, sir, your honor, tech man, hello, earth calling tech man. Maybe put up the maps for the community list and the broadcast list. Kudasilla was 20. The legend is Sihilla, what's in Tasi Jerchoti at the Willie Billet. Hutchiner, Tonen and Nenesan, that I asked here. And yet here. Could the broadcast list? You see, well, you the community list that I see, the MBCD ta, could the whole technology that dola World Wide Web where it is mbcradio.com. Maybe the both maps here, or the numbers here, dial numbers. I see the notes that they have. Neil Daddy, radio ke. Neil Daddy dola the technology, digital. Niso analog nisa, and Nikot Hilina Sikabitana Trest and Oreska. Ambrose Ganista then Hilini, 719 is Edmonton Radio. Idagare Sony Transverse sister radio sola. Idagare Sinegol Yankanis and Edmonton Hojada, Janti Hojara Sikabidene. No is there, Astana Oti. That's a no unnecessary name. Could we listen to Skizam? Can I at here as Methodologies career? God Nisi, Tana Arisi, Horace in Hilila, Classy, that's a day. Radio Gayast Hide, see at Hedo is a Eja, Cold Lake, it's Sunan Hotila, Jamoni, Zero, Switch Hotwene. The Gani feel who is Asa, Sunani Labatako Zetnia, Switch Hotwell Yesija. A Kotoya Tini Hutzi, a Kotoya do it as a radio game. Who said Nanajan Bari Cherry San, Pachunak. Where I see and Holotin in that day. Nazen, an hour drive, Boval to the Galdeche. What do we see? na decision canu narrows or don't quite a desire. C'est un not better rare c'est question on tra d'esti c'est trani que de diastinola kono what I did get done it all on tra no hel on tra d'esti we learn the respect because really as no they are ko radio ga yastire ta danabali yastire interviews ta do they yastire e de go shan horiski hilila es kesi asi hui jilo la su tisinake c'est ni sa ve so sinsa ba de cherote sa te kuhala de ne ya te nanote ko tax kanoni go Sambaba na nat tana ya check holy mbapa na ischudo samba it's isa kuwa marte vavel in a pina hazard non de salol ni asise ite quick dia idane you got dia one marna sa se sina asni ha sin rin on sa resiani la ani li passa banos ni hani la banana serijal nila kusi deschedo patla han diali barel ine kwatane aseni dana dosa ya Walmart na de ya Walmart ni ya earlier sinas new ayiti asita we kinas ni zanosa kube kwani ni ja ebesheli helt kham ayonil la sa se he ya ni la usote kuli ba sabana ni ne sine dan la ne la hasti hani la SGA hani socks se li ba socks ni bale apane SD ka no se bara tent ARCC radio ke athire kan dan bal ya athire be athire ko shares in Theo de Tranate Prince Albert. Aitar system. Yeah. No need color you will socks. Aitar go lini on sanim bali ni dane. Yeah, there's no attie minority nezo. Denesuline sankalo. Donc, au de la night, please. La tenane, you think coin, money coin, K dialect, you tell K design, snowdrift, the radio, the T dialect. Just like store, it don't lie it. No, but in Cherokee, nani coin dialect. Unani, money K that design. Yeah. What is not always in the radio? I achieve. Then I asked if we could play one of the video, maybe the weather. Radio ke asked here. Plant o dit ase da nenesi dana ares yoris isa hot the ya the sihila ilti ya theote kolo fiso te sila ya na de kosesni se it asisi so maybe play the audio. Continue on, yes, in a hobby was CFT Basin Department Canada, but the Garasa, Tazio, Naro, Horacha, Cows, and the couple of us creating your dots and to the collector, coach show, Kong, he just quit and do Kazak Shahonias, it's a jerk or Dions on like others. It can't be called on a get in Towton on like us. That said, no, how they chow, doesn't so Kino, you think point, don't Kazak Silas, so like other on like us can't be called on a get in town and out and on like others. Prince Albert. Tu ask to don't have a yak, although chance, yato, freezing rain, shouts on the others. Yes, she says, so Tazi, Laurent, Punto, Denaris here, Horace Yandasi, Horaluta, Ni, not a dip. Hunak e now client is Kiasite Dila. Oh, no, Transite. Ko ka ugo shile se boy tatu ya stiut a hanisa ka onwel na hare ko so ya azika slasin ya ko honni khale sasinyola dene yanni sotsi kanite ya eso ultkote ta duli lake a teenager, powerful. Ato ya nisi ato hu daily, or you ato hu di daily no nitana. And I'll need it, konte. But I'll serse. Yaras ni sa as nade. Klasot anet ibanolni. Kandi danen ni banolni. Konti nisu ahon nire paseni ridiola enneni tu satani daul nire nak bathasi olni bakat aranesan koyer garantisi or ilya tat asila to beneri di hanonitana. Then a coda sequi his small system. And to ben riti, Gnoyer. Well, you at here, then a donald caniantise, then a honest can. To teach the elders just here. Rost honni third, that's all the bony, though the Bellaton, Dowl Nisenoi. Well, you then a donald canantise. Yandisi aunt the. But unri ow. Horace Carhilly, that was here, would see. No name. Captain and I'll shoot her. No, see that. Dog number 2, please. See, Cole, no, see? Connie, you see a Scalo? Video number 2, please. DOG2. See not here. Atimni so. All right, John. What is the video? This way dressing. Benedict again saying.
Mary. Thank you.
Hey, Tini, Nita? Oh, let's get a tiri.
Mary. Thank you. What?
Okay. Yeah. See. Yeah, the whole is chula, Tina, do as a grocery. Janet. Sankini, I Jerry radio they ask you, cool computer. Santana ben neonly, Daritina, what's it? What don't go to see the dressing. Putar, the sing at the Goratija, Putar, at Sigorasism. Anyway, Hona las on here. Santana ben neon lilise, said Lila. Sansane ben nihon lilise, si ben nihon lise, sesnie. Patotiola, nislie. Ya sailila, hayonesha. Intahi no noril iu hilcho, nana el siete duha ko. Al sihani nase tunedo tawati. Ja, men også niselo den der så til den lightly. Ja, til ja det. Og du nu allo بدوري الآرة ويت خونده نزاتني ديل هاتو تانا ورست عجالة تو politicians سيارت هولا TRC 94 calls ايدي بدوري او politicians are سيستا هوتيتلا نوحانا درشيا UNDRIP desire United Nations Declaration Rights of Indigenous Peoples. Ayiti oit khonde bedoril are asir it iasinuha. Ku archives to technology adu yatinaltiu Purenula recording the only Kane we ila recording. Ibeko ni NBC radio konti horelyon yati. Not season. Where you know horelyon ya digitize al ya your NBC radio. Kane boni zera ya niso city 1980s as another dynasty. Dana out and now. Dan het je nou alle NBC kasidit nani dan in Nissan doet dat hier des zet haar nu het je George Paul nu maar in Cherokee is agosha nani hintela schoto Jewish Buffalo River het hier ooit gewoon begin nu to preserve. It ane valid dela se salotine. It are radio stations. No nane onte no ane ne zonhala. So out au dan yat hiu. As na de dan danete dan abayat hier de athiha. Se qui il shuhone san sunnaze betagare tonu shea ne tie hereside dene yuaze henila ko so travaille ko ne chilo tinwale ya ibalias hier utine ko adana ne yinere nija yaze hund ezare sile. Yathiade altide, holio sedariti ikeola ado konilcha. Kusinake, honir kisit alchute, dana ambegayastiola. Kubore nilise, nahi otine athie, dana alieha. Banane sergeston, we are the Jewish aula, yatinanote, denenu. Quite holy, literature, other dictionary. Ayato then out TSC. Yato with NCEM Prince Albert. Prince Albert said the Israelis. Ho Prince Albert on Northern Canada evangelical mission holy dictionaries then a nice ni ibatoris acid. Oshilide ato honesiha. The SRO adeathi. SRO side isi eizan. Gachen begayashi borini. Ko syllabic study. Can't na the cello nini. Tazin Kaute, Birch Narrows, Turner Lake. We see Prince Albert Nadri. Taro Swede. Noni dane henila. Dane son khines labix Hanto di athe hon lini. Neo nis not a dea. Kant ego shile bakhila anti toklo. Kant o tot inade easy. Sibenares new labix verineres nilu. Ide kachene dane gode tanto di che dai athiha hotina de ise odorenya halan vi athie Isa technology do tasni e base koyare solotine programs hoste but anu we are here the year has we are here begin years so we are here but ina ona kan sila residents neither sanate doda orange chanja kodoh Betenedini Sleth. Kandanagani Yare, the narrow sinus and la relucia, in yet here. Idebeniria, what in a yet here like edge assing, a do hoti. Could then and it's unseen, then a dead gene be at here, that a da yeasing. It's last seal, bask edilo. God's a year. Want to do it? Awesome. You got here. Kuida yang de bekayo asti. Siteni. Ari Jerry radio asti sin. Segundo heni. Nego dare stola setlia. Ere soza setia. Tane saniola. Yeah, then only aula. Board member had lisidri MBC radio ha. Board member 60 ha così tanto a si tali che sai ricchi ha. So no this what ase bibi. Sule sutti olni quello si te. Barincheri la ho data ni zero COVID. Radio station Beati Choir as in November, Addictions Awareness Week. Ko that hayat hinia. Yep, bathroom, tia. Kwana sano, then in the bathroom, bing konarestias. Then in the bathroom, na the test sahajao hadit hisi. Ascenesi, no, no pero yo. Height here si test sajo no better seretia. Can't put it here. Hadwe. It's tight as a bit. Asule shinil yo by. It's gonna write Lloyd. So we're gonna say go there. Yeah, mercy to Celotine, Dre.
Ay, ganana starna holni. Code hago shani. You know, have a restaurant. But in church, asking Patrick Dijoner, who's she? That's a good idea. So then it's in radio, Elrai Nasiku, 20 years also to the code in Elra Dahana Tilanake. The whole that one injury. They are just curious, radio station, MBC broadcast dollar. Dana representatives. Ding on it, Essie. Georgie McDonald, Holy, Juana Lagotse, Crew Georgie Yaladu, Hadu Freddie Trassi, Hassan Tuate, the Denny had down. Hadu and Santakui, Wollaston, Carol, Holy, Carol, but I'm doing Zibana still as a Carol Daniels. Will you see? See Cuba, New Jersey, represented the northwest section of the province. I knew that by told easy.
a year it's in Rati. Yakadabets in the radio dabets in the broadcasting. Kui David chu ut anantela a lot of heat die broadcasting. The year not easy or did a David that the holy than a year in Neha. See, the answer yes, he not a lesson than like a no answer. Yeah, there are yes, he did like host needed, then a host needed one is still 8 o'clock, 8:30 in the morning till 10 o'clock. Cook out at the Ayashi. How do Tot Inasi? Koya entertainment, horizon, you know, to make it nice and entertaining. So a thousand, you know, Nores Kenante, no Nanetsan broadcasting around there, they revive, you know, to revive our language. They gani atchuladri. Gani yamadi atchinala then like Julius Q is going to have a meeting April 17th. You're not dealing there. Biki Deliha. And to see to establish a radio broadcasting system like David Sunday MBC 1 hour. Who are not the they get 2 hours, but they only got one person, but that person, Abel Charles, he does it for 2 hours. We don't have anybody. David Bekasi. We don't have any broadcaster. Kui Atlanta 1 hour. But I got nothing to argue about because I don't have the personnel to get there. To teach people. There's companies out there that can have that, you know, to be a broadcaster. You got to go to school at least a year to be a broadcaster. So in the future, we have to advocate to say, we can idea David that whether and like David Heller and Denesuline. It's a business in itself. Broadcasting. The whole commercials can be all day to our lesson. And you gotta entertain the young people, and you gotta make commercials. Commercials as a NBC. It runs that company, that corporation. Bingo sound. Bingo the 3 communities. Who's he? Fauna Lago, Black Lago, NBC. Senior bingo. Kuya another was Nina Sania like we gotta advocate through broadcasting. It's a gola. Don't bit of the horizontal. Lots of us 3 o'clock there. You know, out there in the afternoon. Is that a wrong time? No, Sanomanan or Gambihuto, the whole Aussie, you know. Do you ever reach out to NBC? Then to make, you know, we hear it, we listen to it, it's running, it's going, and you know. They don't read, do you reach out? Hey, how did it easy? Then what is easy? Hey, but they all chinle, as soon as to make it stronger, broadcasting, revitalizing our language. Hey, how does it Johnny? Yeah, like the Hollywood the senior David or Karoji. Young ante hori Kurnia do your lands, it's a nigga hori Kurnia, so. Yeah, so it's so nigga. Denesuline. What I'm trying to push across to make it, it's a right day, to work together. This is it's a right day. 2019 CKLB right now. I heard the radio station is any could the whole Yanesinont Elula could the whole see. There see than ya history do. You can't see go like it's all digital. Zuzi 20,000 what the whole time is it? You know, it's a lot today. Bingo are you know, a seas a country a sea. The kid on here. Yavanoya Willis the Facebook at Donald here. Then a hell interviews on Sanula. Start that for yourselves. For communication. Communication is very, very important. No, none of it's education, health, recreation. Recreations are education and health. A youth and what's on First Nations, on the government, through communication to dizzy. We got to survive. And now you got to work together to establish a company anywhere. You can do it. If you get together for broadcasting. Yeah. Mercy chokes Yazi through fine. You have a good day.
Masi Cho one more time. Pat Dejaneer Babatoka Masi Cho. Pat C. Patronak on the air. So Masi Cho and also David McIntyre. You know, broadcasting is something that's very important to Odisa. And Linda. Yeah. So broadcasting another day, 3 o'clock or Liam Bakanastow and David, I'll put them on. Probably about 3:30 today, or that's when in their program they put someone on. But in Gabin Dana NBC or in now they get about 2 hours, and see my own independent social media. There NBC going Setani board member in Lazum, but seemed plakat 1986 to 1991. Don't you see how school na either le? I do that no easy. Could I nihol see that? Don't you know about all did Said habits in bedayine a baristina. So it's that gift that I have at Doom Tabit Uri. So, and I'm very thankful for each and every one of you. I really am. You've allowed me to be able to do what I do, and I know it's not always in Dene, it's sometimes in English because I work for many different nations, and last year I think I did 40 events, and I fund myself. I get sponsors sometimes, and sometimes, I'm running a lot cheaper than a radio network, but I do my part, and how many, however I can share Dene language. And I went to Betchako, and, that was at our own expense with an elder that wanted to go up there. So, and we've got one more speaker, and then we've got a special presentation, and then we'll call it a day. There's going to be a fiddle dance at with a band from Frog Lake. So that's That's going to be tonight. So and we'll make sure we get a lot more bannock for later on. Then it up at don't take more than one other CZ. So then a laws get it says share what you have. It doesn't say take whatever you can. But then okay? Remember that. You remember that. Don't but in Sohor CRC but in Sohor Sabason in a truthful, respectful way. Now he because they're set in their ways, and they see it, and as a day, sometimes you gotta address that. Right? Then but there needs to be a respect, and sometimes even that we got to tell them. So it's good. A lot of people that Linda, I've worked with her the last few years, and we can crack jokes like that, but I just know how she is, right? So up next. Yesterday we had a drum dance, and he told a story. I had to give him a ride to Turner Lake. He never stopped talking for 4.5 hours. Yeah, good thing I needed gas because I had to get away. I had to go lock myself in the bathroom there for 30 minutes here. Who's on pump number 4? Oh yeah, he's in the bathroom. He's taking a break. So let's give him a round of applause here. Brian Enfield, he's from America, but he's a Dene. So give him a better round of applause than that here. Must show. This one or that
one? I said I'm my 2 whites. You want a big applause? Yeah, usually I'm gonna talk in my language, but I'll translate it in Dene. Dene La is what where I come from, right? And my name is Brian Enfield. Brian Enfield Suye. Tache go to Dene La First Nation. Setsu Senesho. Setsilju. Setsila Etitai se siake o hule. That's it, Suzo. Di Denesuline kose la yoha theme kose. English la I learn edeke kwa deten. Ta toni he natsaze ta toni he etzozinitsile toni he kwa tse toni he yelita he chene silo setsu senagiti right se ona ta tula ku tilo kule taizon left in our community. What I said was my grandmother and my grandpa raised me. My first language was my Dene language. I had to learn English in school. And my grandpa passed away when I was 6 years old. And I learned a lot from my elders back home. They're all gone now. There's only 3 left in the community. And we have 3 communities under one umbrella. But kia ke guaidle around Kennedy na yake yo eagle iya kagua and iya kim na ta he na wa ke dele ta ki he ulie he wa te ki guze ko ta eagle ta ite iya ona ta na chiche sao ta eagle ki na idlo he ya kati re du se ka ya si na zdi yo ka se soti right. I started drumming. There's 3 of us in this drum group that started drumming when we were 10. And elders, there was elders that sing. They're the ones that we learned the songs from. And they were really happy for us. And we traveled all over the place. And you know, we used to just have fun and stuff like that. But an elder in one community got mad at us because we were, after a song, we laughed, joke around, and he thought we were making fun of it or something, but he said, you know, you guys keep doing that, your group's not gonna be together. So, you know, and then about 10 years passed, yeah, our group wasn't together, right? That's how powerful our drumming is, right? And fire offering, that's ours. And quadsale tibetso hoteni setsuseni se quadi chile te wasuli ki atsela yunane mete sigita se kaiti ere kasetsu tsau jonile ye situ kote ko tenege si golote yajeshi eta agelle ere kasetsu tsau jonile ere ka tikira gere ere ka ko nazare ere ka I aite quadi sitlo ere ika kindege sike o me ne quina desi seta juju ejune seta kote mete sigita ede quadi sitore ika tore doze se till 2-3 in the morning 18 so se. And what I said was, when I was a kid, you'd see smoke coming out of our tea dance rink across the river. And my grandmother right away, she would start putting plates, cups, spoons, tablecloth, salt, pepper in a bag. And then once the cook, there'd be 2 old men. Well, they weren't that old, I guess, but they would cook, right? Moose meat, they would kill a moose, and then the community have a drum dance. And we once they shoot, that means it's ready and everybody knows. So everybody heads down and paddle across the river, and we get into the tea dance ring. And before we enter the tea dance ring, we always pray to the Creator, right? Before we enter. tell them thank you and stuff. And then we walk in and my grandmother put her tablecloth down and our plates ready. And then we do fire offering. And then once we're done that, there'll be elders coming around, like not elders, but those two cooks that come around, drop moose meat off on a plate, count how many people sitting in your little group there, put potatoes, carrots, turnips, and go right around. There'll be other families around our rink, right? And we all eating on the ground. And then once we eat, we dance till 2, 3 in the morning, right? And then, the funny thing is we used to do that even in -30 weather, right? But then we had a little fire in front of your little group, right? So, and tu la ki hey na za te kwate. La ki na te twa ta na za he do it ageti. Na culture it's okay delle. Taka na hidezo. Kuro Denesuline ka sa zati nidezo. Edu sa zati ne ede ka metsoti asi. Ede kusa se etunesi teniasi. What I said was, all of us Dene, we have to get together and help each other, get our culture going, keep it going, because if we don't help each other, our younger generation is going to lose it. Not my generation, not my kids' generation, but my grandkids' generation, right? When I was a kid, I would listen to an elder talk at a drum dance, and he would always say, "Ya nadet dene keha." And then he says, after he said that, "Itlode, hey, etunat inasi nazadi," right? My elder said, in the future, when I was a kid, there's going to be people dying left and right, Dene people, right? And that's happening today, right? Last week, we lost three of my community members in 1 week, and it's been happening. We have, man, I can't believe it, right? You know how a graveside, we build houses Dene way? 1 year, it was 13 houses that needed to be built, right? In 1 year. And we have to change. We have to change our way back to the old traditional ways that our grandparents or our ancestors done it. Because if we don't, it's just going to keep happening, right? And if we lose our culture, not our time, but our kids' time, they'll be really pitiful, right? Because we were put that culture that we were given, because like the drumming, the feeding the fire, the pipe ceremonies and stuff, everything like that was given by the Creator to us to pray. And like all this development's happening and stuff. Like it's very. I think they're getting a little carried away, right? Because when they do logging, the trees don't even grow back right? All the willows and that take over, and the timbers, they don't grow properly. They don't grow back normally, right? Because a lot of people don't understand that the timber, the spruce, the jack pine, the pine, those are our rainforests, right? Like the rainforest they have up in the jungles and stuff, they got rainforests. This one is ours and stuff like that, even the waterway. They're building a big dam up in Fort St. John. They call it Site C, and back home there's barely any water. We use that water to go hunting, fishing, and stuff like that, but there's barely any water. We gotta really teach these young kids our culture, because it's up to us. When a little baby, your language, just speak your language to them. It's tough to, right? But you speak your language to them, they'll know that language, and then they'll have to learn English, right? But hey, it's the first time speaking like this in a big crowd. So if I turn a little red, don't worry about it. That's on my white side, right? Yeah, but well, my dad is American, right? My mom is Dene, and they got into a divorce situation, and they just threw me with my grandmother. And you know, that's the best thing they ever done to me, right? I call my grandpa dad, my grandmother mom. And I always thought my grandmother would live with me forever, right? Forever. And I took it pretty hard. But you know, having dreams about her and stuff kind of made me realize that, hey, we're not the boss of ourselves. We're the boss of ourselves, how we live this world. But we're not the boss of when we leave this world. Right? You can't go around it. You can't jump over it. That's the day you go. That's the day. Right? And I'm telling you, don't ever be scared. Because it's happened to me. I died for 30 minutes. Right? And I was told that my grandmother brought me back. Usually after 5 minutes, you get brain damage, internal injury, internal damage and stuff. But look at me today. That's how powerful it is, right? So I'm really grateful that I was raised the Dene way, right? The old way. So, yeah. So just keep in mind what I said. I'm really proud of what they're trying to accomplish here, stuff like this. And then there's other people that say they're trying to get things rolling even on computers, books, and schools, and little buildings and stuff, that anyway. And I'm really grateful for that. I see the young drummers from here with the older drummer there. Man, I'm so proud, right? You know? Back home, 3 years ago, I was teaching young drummers. And my Shidene, call him, he said, always teach a prayer song first before you start teaching them dance songs. Okay, so I had five drummers. And, you know, we sang at our big gathering. They learned 5 songs. And then we sang, and a lot of people were proud, but then there's rumors happening about me all of a sudden that I wasn't a good person, that I was a drug dealer, I was a drug smuggler, I was a drug user, I was alcoholic. And, you know, it kind of broke my heart. And those young kids, their parents stopped letting them come to me and stuff, right? And I have no control over that, right? Because I'm not going to push if they want to be like that, sure. But now I'm teaching two young guys, and I'm not pushing it to all over the community because I don't want to hear false things about me. It just breaks my heart, right? You know, I'm trying my best to keep my culture going. But one day, you'll see back home, you'll see a Dene Healing Center is my goal, right? I'm going to build one. Yep. Yes. It's going to be for all Dene, and it's going to be for it's going to be for youth, the kids. They'll come there during the summer and learn our traditional Dene way. And then winter time, it'll be for adults, right? Because school is pretty important right now. So, but hey, I could talk for hours, right? I know how it feels behind this mic, right? I just want to keep talking and talking, but you have to say, hey, Mussy, right? Yeah. Hey, Mussy. Anybody know why a native person has one leg longer than the other? Not even, right? I heard that, right? So, but hey, Mussy, and yeah, Mussy, very much. I love all you guys. Yeah, Mussy. Yeah. Oh, Mussy.
Tzede. One more time there for Brian Enfield. So Masicho and Dunzinige. Then it's not I tutor another deal, Sija. Duhundan then no ani dele Masino and Estanza. I do Dre Yati Baze Thousand no Taboni Randa. Duhun Durenake Tata Sa I Betheba Anze. Dene Bahalia Tibal Tati Danit Ahuda COVID Ganaze Dio no Daran Yala Johnny COVID beta. Altne the Bel Taida Jan Lucho Toyozi. Then Harakuna the Rahani. Say a Tiedest Ilu Zimbana race dinner there school night there was a honest Hanohani. I do then the conference Nunta no ya Tia Baze. Tha beganat in there maybe nonen nata nenza. Maybe even more. Tonen na nenata. 30 plus years maybe. Tha and aya dun zinege then no how kate dele. Yeah. So dun zinege jani dele. Then in another area. Antne de hedine Hollandu ondala. Dene et ibadoril au beges read liu. Nondu a no ya tia begadail neozi. A at no zani ganadra. A dene denek all the jantlu cho twozi. A suru new at Linda. Babanonut Alejandro.
Thank you so much, Linda. You know, it's been a long road. I just want to thank you for all the dedication, you know, for put up with our community and everything you've done. And thank you for putting up with Chief and Council too. You know, you did a lot of good work over the years, and you know, you scared me over Christmas there when you had a fall. So, but I want to thank you for all the dedication over the years. You know, it's a tough job, right? You know, losing speakers and everything. You know, you have less than 100 speakers. So I just want to thank you from the bottom of my heart and from my colleagues and from my community for everything you do. I'm really blessed to have you. So please don't go nowhere. We still need you. You know, I love you. You know, so I just want to present you a blanket for all your dedication and everything. So.
Are you able to come up here? Yeah. On behalf of your staff, Linda, we want to honor you in this way. We thank you for all the work that you've done for our community. We thank you for guiding us, for giving us the work that we've been doing. We thank you so much for everything, for being a part of our community and being the Athneti that you are. We want to thank you on behalf of the Denesuline Language and Culture Department. We want to thank you. Masya Masi.
Give her another round of applause, please. She's really something to our nation. Also, my sister Sandra was the one who made this blanket, this star blanket, and she always, when she does her work, she always has a prayer and a story behind every blanket that she ever made. So I'm going to let her tell her story right now. Good afternoon, everyone. When Margaret called me to make this blanket for Linda, I was honored and agreed to make the star blanket for her.
The star blanket is not just a blanket. It represents more than what you see. It represents the individual who is receiving this gift. In my work, I cooperate the teachings. I incorporate the teachings of the medicine wheel and lots of prayer. I pray to the Creator and ask for many blessings, good health, and well-being for Linda. Just like the colors of the medicine wheel, each color of this blanket represents a symbolic and different meaning. While working on this blanket, I reflected on Linda and what she means to her community in both her professional and personal life. I had the opportunity to learn and share in cultural experiences with Linda, sharing stories, teaching, and many laughs. When choosing the colors for the blanket, I prayed to the Creator and asked the grandmothers to help me create a blanket that represents the beauty of this wonderful woman. Each color represents a meaning, such as the reds, representing passion and love, blue, calm and much wisdom, green, harmony and prosperity, orange, enthusiasm, creativity and success, purple, royalty, creative and mystery, and white for purity and innocence. May the Creator bless you in all your work and your life, Linda. Thank you so much for all that you do for our community.
Mercy. C'est Jéru en Sinja. C'est Jéril Sinja. Oh, Kobene Sanila Sija. La Nuhayat here, Bazi Galaris Naiha. Bega Nuhel host Nihasiya. You were Bechunenet and Horist in. I was married in Columbus, Ohio, in the States. And me and my husband, we bought a house there, Columbus, Ohio, and he was working with computers, and me, after I got my degree, 1991, before then, my dad died. And he said, Celia, said, did on sick or but he died before I could tell him off. So he got me thinking about it. And I was homeless at that time. I didn't have a job, I didn't have training, nothing. So I went back to university. A year at the university, I graduated in 1991, I got my teaching degree. I was holding up my degree up there when on the stage, and I said, nobody understood me. So, I moved to the States. I got married, and I was sitting outside. They didn't recognize my degree. My education degree from Canada. I got it from the University of Alberta. They didn't recognize that. And I was working in a post office, because $7 an hour. And I was also working in Jack Nicklaus's golf course. I did whatever I could to live. And golf course, I'll have to tell you some stories about that. Así corre, Don't easy. So you wear 9 greens and go to 9 green and do this. That's it. Yes. What are they talking about? Everything is green here. I didn't know where 9 green was. I had no idea about golf. I had no idea. Anyway, so one time, and I wasn't happy. And kunana is there, I was thinking, Atlanta, Denesuline anis, and I was thinking in my language. Atlanta, ja beshonene fidai, Denesuline heskin. Erich Isbet asekwi honest henny sound chudu. Jase qui honest hen hilu. Say at here bekaini ah. Hey, said Zieta, your daughter ye. Berrich, yes, I hear. Beat answer he die. Are siasa. Asunk Deneatiet adayatri. E così se qui honus ta asinle. Quant u se qui honest heni de ne sanasa. Long computer enanist ha. Horse cleaning. Her youths and Canada wide. E nanene Denesuline nene downlead I teacher story. Only key website is career in Klaga community, Wollaston Lake a year. Se connect hen he dinahel trisnia. A hubets Eric is a kuzihin nagasa my resume. Ala education directors, it's ensatsana stakes her. No nene hegalang na real ide do se connect hen he dinel tile. Ene did haya. Kolo suk enuni verde nanani vende nerik isebek eudi a ruto it's enayawastri says nyasa. So they said I was looking online and I saw this website where all the teachers' jobs were across Canada. And I applied to Wollaston Lake because I saw that they needed a teacher. And they told me, well, we'll keep your resume. We don't need a teacher right now, but we'll keep your resume until spring. And can we contact you in the spring, they said. And I said, okay. So in the springtime, they called me. And then they interviewed me. I did my interview Denesuline all the way through. And so they must have been impressed. So they said, they offered me a job. So my prayers were answered and I didn't know where I was going. I put my old dog in the truck and packed up all my stuff and took off to Prince Albert. I had no money, nothing. I think I went to the bingo with my sister Agnes at that time, or no, later. But anyway, I must have made a little bit of money enough to come back. Anyway, I went to Prince Albert a year. I met the education directors from Wollaston Lake, and they hired me there. I went north to Wollaston Lake. Because for 3 years I was up there. And then 5 more years, I got 2 years, I was a teacher with kids that had people that had dropped out of school. And then 3 more years, I got on as a vice principal for their high school. And then when I finished that, I got offered a job here in Cold Lake First Nations. A year lad was about 2017. So I came back to Cold Lake First Nations. At first, we'll offer you a job, the chief at that time, will offer you a job being a vice principal in our school in there. Dini schools and older adileki. Indian Affairs schools and older siang. So Indian Affairs is still the boss of the school here. And anyway, so Indian Affairs said no. They didn't want me to be the vice principal there. So at that time, the director said, can we offer you a job doing curriculum, developing curriculum? And I said, yes, I would. So I did that for 3 years. Everybody here has a little part of my life. Lucy and Shannon, at that time when my contract was up 3 years after I finished the curriculum, I started applying for jobs elsewhere, and I applied to Lac Brochet. There was a teacher, vice principal position available there. I applied there and I got accepted there. And I had a meeting with our chief and council at that time. And I said, I got a job in Lac Brochet. I want to leave at the end of August. But we got a new chief and council, and I said, I'm finished the curriculum, John. I'm ready to go. I got a job elsewhere. And they said, and I had told them, I said, on our land here, I did a survey. We have only about 118 speakers left. And out of that 818, most of us are 55 years and over. If you don't do anything about your language, I found some material from the previous people that worked on our language. And it talked about Dr. Fishman saying that if you don't do anything about your language, it's going to be extinct. Within 3 generations, he said. And I told that to our leaders. And they said, well, we don't want you to leave. And I think David was on council that time. He got on council. So they wanted me to stay. And I said, I can't stay because in 3 years, if new council get on, I'll get kicked out of here. I want some stability. So they hired me and gave me a contract. So I stayed for 5 years with no funding, nothing. Tudi had no funding whatsoever in this on having to do with language. I'd get a little bit of all my monies, all the pay I've been getting was being covered by the casino society. And then I started to apply for monies and started to get monies from different places. And I got some monies from Indian Affairs for cultural programs for kids. And I got some monies from the National Indian Brotherhood Trust Fund for language. I helped, we did a New Words project. And we got elders together to come up with new words for all these our equipment, fancy equipment. Asika dahuji teneatiera. We had no words for a lot of things. And we did that for 2 years. We did that new words. And then I worked with my sister Agnes, and then we developed a language app. We worked on the language app. And then after that, I worked with some of the old ladies and the singers. I wanted them to teach us how to sing. And not only that, they had everything that we had written. It was written in the French orthography. So we translated that to the way things were written today. We did and prayers too. There was prayers on there. We wrote it all in. And I think Jahiti, we have different families have different dialects. So the way I say something might not be right to some other families. So we have that here, no nanek. And so somebody was talking about the D dialect. I heard some of our old elders saying ejede for cow, ejere. The R was introduced by Father Legoff. We had no R. We had no P, no V, and no, I think, F. We had those letters we didn't have in our language. And so, we started. In the year 2000, I know Valerie and our past chief, Joyce, they had a Dene language conference here. Me and Agnes, we came back from Ohio on our bingo winnings. Had no money. But there was an elder that spoke. And that elder they called him Isthore, that was his Denesuline name, but his Thotine name was Abel Denechezi. And I heard an elder. That was the first time in my life I ever heard an elder, Denea Tieta, speaking in Denesuline language. And he was talking about a drum. He said, Diri tel relaze, ye dari ye nwayini ton. This drum, the Creator gave it to us, he said. Beta danari daiha. So that we could heal from it. That's what he said. Yedari Yenezu, the Creator, Shen Nuanila, gave us these songs, so that we could heal with it. And I was crying because he touched my heart, and what he said was the truth, and I never heard that. And then they had a dance. Everybody was dancing. And I was looking at Anthony Jones, people from here, Anthony, the elders, they were all crying when they start drumming. That just touched my heart. That's our Nuchande. And so after that, I invited those young men, those men from Lac Brochet to come teach us how to make a drum. And they came. First year didn't work out too good. Second year, we did that again. It didn't really work out. Third year, we tried again, and it worked out. Some of our young men started making drums, and they took to it with a thin death with caribou hide. And so I invited him to stay, one of the drummers to stay, and to teach our men how to sing. Because Tsekhui, they don't drum. That's what I learned. Tsekhui didn't drum. Only us, if we become elders, we can drum after we go through menopause. But before then, the women didn't drum. And so this young man came and taught our men how to sing that 1 year. After that, we had a ceremony, a fire ceremony, and I prayed, Yan Nafede, in the future. I prayed that somebody, some man, some Deneyu from our community would take up that drum, would take up the songs. And my prayer was answered. Deneyu no nenekotse. We have one man who took that drum, and he's teaching kids at school how to sing, and he's teaching them how to make a drum. And now I know Yanate Hade, this is gonna last. It's gonna keep on going because our young men are learning this. So no heya tie kohund esi. See who's hede. I'm thinking about that. Yanate doba. I'm not gonna live forever. But I want the young people to come. Mariah grew up in Ottawa, knows nothing about Denesuline, but she's from here. Her family is from here. My sister is my teacher. If I don't speak right, she'll correct me. Sekwadi, we work together on Sagalarita, Cesare. And I'm thankful for Lance that came. So Tia to the Nia Tia Horisha. That way has Banga Sudi has Belegalareta Sudi. It's fun working with him. I enjoy that. And then Sandra, I used to teach her a long time ago. We did a play together about Misaki Chak. And then we're doing now, she's a nurse, and I'm teaching them a little bit about the medicines I know in your Ane. Go Margaret Yazi Erit Arile, that's why I was mean to her. She's kind of deaf and I gotta yell at her. So she thought I was being mean. But anyway, Margaret never spoke Denesuline. She understood, she never spoke. Today she's teaching. She's brave now, she can teach. It's Ilakulu, but the kids are learning from her. Ko Judy, she's not speaking now, but she's going to speak, and she's starting to speak more. So all these people, we need to draw in more young people. And I pray that I'll be able to make amends with some of the elders that are here in our community because we don't get along. And some things are being said to hurt each other badly, but we need to get down to business and we need to talk together. Try to work through our personality disagreements. We're going to be able to go far. But I hope and I pray that the people that are here today, if you're having that kind of trouble in your community, to really work hard to bring your community together. It's not an easy task to work in your own community. So I am just very honored. I have been given the highest recognition for what I'm doing, for something that I love doing. And here I am, 75 years old, and I'm still working. And even if I have a broken leg and I'm on my ass, I still am working. So anyway, masi no hene sense.
Okay, Masicho. We're going to do an honor song here, Tache. So we ask everybody to please stand up as we honor our broken leg elder here. She's going to cry. But Linda, supported bringing these gentlemen here, and it's always good that we can learn from one another. So Masicho, please stand up if you're able to, and join us at Dunzinige. Masicho, thank you very much. Tache drummers. So, Selodina, thank you very much once again. You know, let's give her another round of applause here. Linda Manus, these efforts have been going on longer, far longer than just a few more months, as I mentioned earlier. So appreciate all the work, everybody involved to make this happen. You know, it all comes from a dream. You know, it's funny that she mentioned that, you know, that we all have this gift, a gift of whether it's teaching or passing on traditional knowledge, singing the songs, right? I was speaking to someone from the far north, and they talk about someone having that vision of having their own store one day, and now it's possible. You know, it's the same story in every nation. But it's also the same story where lateral violence creeps in and someone says they're right and the other people's wrong, and that needs to stop right now, okay? I'm going to speak on that on behalf of the young people that are going to come after me, because I'd be a disservice to them if I didn't speak up. There is no right or wrong way in our ceremony. If you want to implement day, we're going to have to battle with the church once again. That's where it comes from. Some of us are left without language and ceremony, and we're going to sit here and criticize who's right or who's wrong. That needs to stop. See, I come from a community that is full Catholic. Don't know how the drum worked, nothing, and I'm thankful for these gentlemen here. They taught me a little bit. Say a tiedesta fluent Dene speaker as much as I know, but I continue to learn that as well. But I get that quite a bit. I hear that quite a bit. I've been to every community here, I think, except Denesuline, Fort Res. I've been to every nation, and every nation has their own story of having that lateral violence. We got to lift each other up now. We can't come up here and share our frustration and go home and say this person's doing it the wrong way. That needs to stop today. And that's part of language revitalization. If we continue to go down that road, you're right. Then I go there, our young people are not speaking of it. It's because of us in here. Sitseni Ju Andrew and son, and from Lucy's nephew. We were in Lac Brochet. He said, you know, it's our generation's fault, my generation's fault of not passing it on to our children, because we've had to grow up in a couple different decades where technology made its way in. So we got to bring the two together. You know, it's everybody's at fault. Kola, we can't continue to do the things that hinder our growth as Dene people. Kontele, you might as well give up now. The government wins. The separatists win. That's true. I'm not just saying this. Allah, don't speak on a lot of these issues because, you know, I'm here to entertain and keep things in line. But there's times where I got to speak up for young people as well. I'm not running for council or chief, but I've learned to be a leader without being elected. And each and every one of you too, that is possible. You don't need a per diem. But I want to thank you guys for coming here. Tomorrow is our last day. And if you join us again for our closing ceremonies tomorrow, we got a couple of chiefs, 3 people, and we'll finish her off. So I want to leave you guys with that. You know, think about that, carry that home with you, and how we can make a difference in our communities, and not just about what we went through, because we understand what we go through. We feel it. We've seen it. We've lived it. I was raised in a home where people fought and Ernest Munias, was everybody was dancing to Ernest Munias. So I've seen it, I lived it. Kola, it's time that we work towards healing, and that's part of, sharing language and continuing whatever way it is. So you're doing a good job, but the lateral violence needs to stop. So that is going to be it for today. There's a drum dance or a fiddle dance tonight. I want to thank you guys. If you want to have supper at 5 o'clock, are we late again? Couple minutes they'll be here. Okay, yeah. They're trying to get me to shack up here on the res every time I come here. Yeah, happened almost once, but it was just almost. Okay, they said. But yeah, thank you very much. I really appreciate it. Let's give our organizers a round of applause too. They've done a really good job. A lot of good feedback. Even the bad ones are going to take it, and we're going to grow this into something bigger next year. So I really do believe that in a lot of the council members and chief as well. So we'll see you all later on, and don't spend too much at the casino there. I lost money last night. Ruth is her name. The place halfway from my hotel. I stopped in to visit her. She took my money, so I'm done. Anybody wants to lend me some money there till I get paid? So, Masicho, have a good night. Oh, there's more syllabics here, more syllabics charts.